to Bean Time. Ecco Manuela, welcome. Io ti suggerisco di non stare nella prima fila, ma non perché sto schermo. Vieni, magnifico. Ok, dear all, thanks for coming. Andiamo su YouTube anche? Sì. Ah, ok. We are also online on YouTube for people who are interested to our meeting. Welcome everybody for being here today for this meeting about the presentation of the final results of our project on telemedicine and chronic disease. Today we will have different talk about this topic, about the topic related to aging, chronic disease, the use of telemedicine in this field. And the rector of our university is here with us, Professor Menico Rizzi, who start his rectoral period 1st of November, but we will invite you, and he is here in order to give us a brief welcome for our university. So thanks, Menico, for the introduction.
Thank you, Professor Maretti. Thank you, Gianluca. Of course, welcome everyone in presence or online. It's really a pleasure for me to host such a meeting today. And of course, I'm not an expert of telemedicine. I'm not even a physician. I'm a chemist. And on top of that, I'm not an expert of non-communicable disease because I've been working on communicable disease all my life. So nevertheless, of course, I fully recognize the importance of telemedicine and simulation, not only in terms of really having impact in the activity of physicians, but most of all, I would say in contributing to the education of our next generation physician and professionals work in the health environment. So everybody knows, and the WHO, of course, also knows very well, having established a division working on telemedicine and technology in health, how important is the impact of these new technologies and how important is the education to use properly this technology in the formation of our next generation professionals. And of course, for a university, having activities like this in an international context, in context of collaboration with so many other partners from Europe, it's also a plus, it's also an added value, which is very key for us. For our university, in the future, of course, there are many sort of strategic areas we will invest in. One of that is the health in general. And so we have two different courses of medicine in two different cities. We have a lot of activities, research, biomedical research, translation research going on in our university. And so that's particularly important to be part of this network. So thank you, Gianluca, thank you who planned, and of course, thank you, Professor your first name? Francesco della Corte. I wanted to say Francesco as a friend, but I couldn't remember the first name, so I'm sorry. and it's also very important to establish new connections and new collaboration at international level. So having said so, my final remark is that I was so curious last night, so I couldn't hold myself. I went on YouTube, tried to see the toolkit you're going to present today. It was not active, if I'm not wrong. So, and unfortunately, I have to leave very soon now, so I will never be able probably to see the toolkit unless it will be released at a certain point, and I will certainly go and try to see what it is and what is the result of your work in these last years. So that's a pity for me, but I will promise everybody I will go and check the toolkit, what it is. I'm very curious about that. So welcome everybody again. Thank you for being here. And really, I wish you all the success for this meeting in this important day. And I also wish that this collaboration will last longer, because one of the main points of this network under the Erasmus+ is to create long-lasting collaboration, long-lasting friendship, long-lasting effects and impacts for all our university in a medium time at least, and possibly in a long time. Thank you very much, Gianluca, again for this invitation.
Our rector, he worked a lot in the National Agency of Evaluation, so-called ANVUR, so he knows very well what means working together and working with other partners. In this project, we work together with partners from Greece, from Croatia, from Romania, from Germany, and other partners from Italy. And the project will produce this digital toolkit that is an instrument that we can use in the future for the education of our students, not only for students in medical school, I mean physician or nurse or other kind, but also for other students who are interested in the field of chronic disease, telemedicine, and in aging. That is one of the most important challenge that we will have for our future. And one of the person who worked a lot, and he is really the cornerstone of our project, is Emiliano Loria, who now will give us a brief introduction about our project. So Emiliano, from me, thanks a lot for what you've done in these last 3-4 years together with Michela, because without you and Michela, the project never arrived at the end. So thanks, Emiliano. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Gianluca. It's an honor for me to be here with you on this special day, which ideally concludes 3 long years of the European Erasmus+ project, BeEmTel, Beyond Emergency. It's a project dedicated to innovative teaching methods applied to the education of telemedicine in chronic disease and also in emergency situations. I would like, first of all, to thank the distinguished speakers who have accepted to hold a talk and share their time with us today, and the new Dean Rector, Professor Domenico Rizzi, to be here for introducing our conference, with the Director Gianluca Amaretti, who has always trusted in me. Thank you, and in BeEmTel. Indeed, our University of Eastern Piedmont, has always encouraged and supported the BeEmTel project, even when it was just a vague programmatic idea sketched during the days filled with anxiety, I remember, anguish and hope, also hope in science and in medicine in particular, that marked the pandemic period. During the COVID-19 pandemic, one thing became clear. I mean, many things became clear, but one above all, and it remains true even today, that in the social healthcare sector field, competent and professional physicians and nurses are essential. However, it is equally true that new skills are needed and requested today. And in this perspective, our project was humbly born to begin addressing this need and request. BeEmTel is a project that relied on multidisciplinarity to precisely outline new competencies in the social healthcare field, ready to respond and adapt to the uncertainties of a present still shaken by the past pandemic and the risk of future pandemics, unfortunately ongoing wars, and the declared climate crisis affecting the entire globe, including our continent. our continent, our Europe. We realized that the curricula of European universities lacked specific courses, degree courses for students, focusing on the theoretical and practical training in telemedicine, in teleassistance, in all its various forms. And BeEmTel was an attempt to address this educational gap that involves not only our university, our country, but also other European countries. So building on some strengths and assets of UPO and other members of the partnership, we focus our efforts on two main topics: chronic disease and emergency management from the perspective of teleassistance. And with the determination to adopt a new pedagogical approach, consistent with the Erasmus+ spirit and idea, we asked ourselves how we could create a virtuous connection between telemedicine, chronic disease, emergency and medical simulation, because we noticed that there were strong connections between telemedicine and chronic disease, strong connection between simulation as an educational tool with emergency or adapted for chronic disease, but some connections were and are missing. Integrating all these aspects into a teaching framework specifically designed for university students was exciting, innovative, and challenging. When I conceived and collaboratively defined the parameters of the BeEmTel program, there were no comparable examples in Europe, if only because telemedicine is not effectively taught within university degree courses. Of course, there were and there are advanced courses in telemedicine and telenursing, we all know, but they are designed for professionals above all, and postgraduate trainees, not for undergraduate students, who are our main beneficiaries. So the situation, both then and now, is quite different when it comes to medical simulation. In fact, simulation is applied not only in medical field, but is widely used as pedagogical tool in nursing and in many medical fields, not only in our universities. However, few university centers can offer the facilities, resources, and expertise available here in UPO at Simnova Center and in Munich in the Human Simulation Center. For the BeEmTel program, the challenge was to establish the connection between telemedicine applied to chronic disease and simulation with an educational pathway combining distance learning and in-person sessions. So the solution was the BeEmTel course, around which the entire Beyond Emergency project is built. We gave the course a dual structure, one part focused on distance learning and the other on an immersive experience through in-person simulation in Simnova Simulation Center and in Munich. And this immersive experience included scenarios with simulated patients suffering from chronic condition or emergency response situation. And this is our main 5 project results. Initially, we defined the new curricular competencies. And then we all together created the e-course and structures the 2 immersive weeks in the simulation center. Then, thanks to Simnova team, we had built the Simnova platform, and we could deliver the e-course. And finally, we have realized all together the digital toolkit. So, another crucial teaching-related question when we conceived our project and our e-course remained, and the question was, how could simulation be effectively used remotely? And the answer was telesimulation. Telesimulation refers to a new teaching methodology spread above all during the pandemic era, a new teaching methodology that combines telecommunication and healthcare simulation to provide effective educational support, an hybrid educational format that combines a traditional remote lecture with a dynamically captured and transmitted immersive scenario guided by a teacher, by an instructor as a narrator. So we created a user-friendly platform for our learners, featuring all the lessons organized into 3 main areas, as you can see: chronic disease and emergency, health simulation and telecare, new forms of proximity, and then a final session dedicated to the quiz. And if you click chronic disease or health simulation, you see there is this long list of lectures, video lectures, and also resources about chronic disease. For example, obesity as a chronic disease. It's an interesting video lectures by Professor Paolo Marzullo, and also a lot of resources. His slides, for example, abstracts in different languages, but also references, papers, and the same thing in the health simulation and telecare field. So the new form of proximity, this is a macro topic, including a lot of video lessons, above all focused on the new relationship between physicians, nurses, and caregivers and patients through the telemedicine devices. Additionally, thanks to the generous participation of several teachers, we developed the telesimulation lessons. In these sessions, the instructor took on the role of a narrator, just like a journalist, for example, speaking directly to the camera. Just you can see Mark Lazzarovici in this example. Speaking directly to the camera or providing voiceover commentary on the specific, carefully crafted scenarios being enacted. In this example, Professor Mark Lazzarovici in the Human Simulation Center in Munich explained at the briefing session while it was taking place in the simulation center. Another example comes from our Dr. Manuela Bocchino of the Italian National Institute of Health, who demonstrated how in a typical hospital cardiology section equipped with the remote monitoring systems, the medical staff will provide instruction to the simulated patient. And this was shown while a simulated patient interacting with the medical and nursing staff within the ward. And the scenario was realistic. We made this movie in the hospital, featuring simulated patients and healthcare professional in front of a camera, and a lecturer, a narrator, acting as an informed narrator. And then the 2 immersive weeks in our simulation centers. You see on the left, we are in Simnova centers, and on the right, in a typical scenario in a Human Simulation Center in Munich. And we are today to present the Transferability Digital Toolkit, and I hope you can see that in this friendly handbook that we have managed to create new connections among our selected main topics. I mean, throughout our project, I think that we have managed to create connection, educational connection, between telemedicine and simulation. Emphasize the new connection between telemedicine and emergency, and this enforced and due to the two Romanian partners. They are focusing above all on this aspect, combining telemedicine and emergency for educational support. And also emphasize the old connection between telemedicine and chronic disease, but also simulation and chronic disease. And Transferability Digital Toolkit, which is a friendly handbook encapsulating, let me say, 3 years of work and educational experiences. They have enriched all of us, the creators, the programmers, the instructors, our teachers, researchers, administrative staff, even before benefiting our primary target audience, I mean the undergraduate students of our partner universities. And this handbook represents the 5th and final project result that has been entrusted to our Croatian colleagues and friends at the University of Applied Health Science in Zagreb. And before the presentation of the digital toolkit, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Michela Barisone, who unfortunately cannot be here today with us, as she had to catch a flight to Canada. Michela and I shared every creative and challenging moment that this project entailed, and I'm very proud. We are all very proud that UPO, as the lead partner of the project outcomes achieved together with our partners, who I would like to acknowledge one by one: the University of Thessaly in Greece, the University of Medicine, Pharmacy, Science and Technology of Târgu Mureș in Romania, the University of Applied Health Science in Zagreb, the Department of Emergency Situation of Internal Ministry in Romania, Bucharest, and our National Institute of Health. We have the director of the scientific responsible, Manuela Bocchino, UPO, and also, above all, the special thanks to Simnova teams and the UPO dissemination group, Dottoressa Carmela Rinaldi. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Emiliano. Grazie, Emiliano. There are any question from the audience? Question, suggestion, consideration? Menico.
So
Professor Rizzi.
I know I'm breaking the rule of a rector, which should come, just give welcome and declare to be happy that everything and proud. But I mean, I'm in beginning of my mandate, so I would try to act as a scientist still for a while. So first of all, I apologize, then I have to leave immediately after this. It's not because of lack of interest, because I have a full agenda today. But just two considerations. First of all, really congratulations for the work you have done. I mean, that's fantastic. In 2022, if I'm not wrong, the World Federation of Medical Education published the new standard for the medical education globally. And you know, that all the universities that get accredited by WFME should respect in order to provide a high quality formation for physicians in the future, and it's globally. And one of the requirements is actually to introduce in the curriculum of our physician telemedicine. So I think you are going exactly the same path, parallel to what WFME is actually deciding and suggesting as the gold standard for the new education of a physician. So congratulations for that. And I think that would be probably important to be in contact with the WFME Council to really possibly collaborate. Second, there is a huge interest in the future at the European Commission to finance Erasmus+ programs for Africa specifically. So there is quite a significant budget in the future, and I see really high potential of this type of activities in general to really establish something on non-communicable disease. I'm not talking about communicable disease, which is of course the disease we all think about in Africa, but they do have a big problem, of course, as everybody else, for other type of diseases. And I think that there are a program ahead of us in Europe to really have this type of Erasmus program in collaboration with African institutions in order to do education for their professionals, and really they're impacting other parts of the world and still in the same time fostering and strengthening collaboration with our partners in that continent, which is strategic for Europe. So really thank you very much. I see a potential, high potential in the future for funding also and going ahead with this activity. And I was really impressed about the things and more curious to see the toolkit. But I will do it tonight. So let's say around 10, 11 o'clock I will connect and I will
We will send you the toolkit as soon as possible.
No.
No, in order to...
So thank you very much again, and really I do apologize, I have to leave. It's not lack of respect or lack of interest, it's actually the contrary, but thank you again.
Grazie. Thank you, man. Grazie.
Okay.
Ci sono any other question, suggestion? No? Okay, we move to the first lecture after the introduction, okay? After the introduction of Emiliano. The lecture, unfortunately, Professor Daniele Vignoli is a demograph. Ah, okay, Michela, okay, sorry. Wait, there is one video from Michela Barisone before. Sorry for the mistake.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michela Barisone. I'm the coordinator of the Quality Management Committee for the BeEmTel project. I'm sorry I cannot be there in person today, but I'm very happy to share the experience of the Quality Management Committee for this project. The main objective of the Quality Committee was to ensure that the BeEmTel project could deliver a quality experience and that the expected results were consistent and in accordance with the project plan. As you can see from the slide, the main activities of the Quality Committee regarding the reporting of results, the final evaluation objective, monitoring, and the final evaluation for each activities and project results. In order to report each activities of the project, several internal reports were prepared, 3 annually and 6 semi-annually reports, but during the timeline of the project, during the entire timeline of the project, the Quality Committee often participates in many project management meetings or specific objective for each partner. Now I will more explain the project results of the BeEmTel project. The BeEmTel project consists of 5 project results. Each project results have a lead organization. In this case, the project results 1, the lead organization is the University of Thessaly in Greece. The main activity regarding the outlining the curriculum for the management of chronic conditions through telemedicine had 3 sub-activities: literature review, competence mapping through the Delphi study, and focus of learner. The qualitative indicator and quantitative indicator were defined for each sub-activities. In this case, using reference guideline for conducting systematic review as a qualitative indicator, and quantitative indicator workflow verification reports of the conduct of the systematic review. Regarding the PR 1.2, the qualitative indicator panel of experts consistent with the objective of the study to maintain a balance between the professional involvement through free professional per subjective era, and as a quantitative indicator, the number of rounds performed by the field study expected 3 rounds. And finally, for the project results, one sub activities 1.3, focus of learner, the qualitative indicator is enrollment of student, method of communication, and the quantitative indicator, number of participated students, number of the role students, expected 80%. And all qualitative indicator and quantitative indicator were all satisfied. The grid partner did some really important preliminary literature review and research work. As you can see, this article, we have the title Competencies and skill need in the management of chronic patient need through telecare is published, and the second article is now in submission. Thanks and congratulations to the grid partner for very great effort in this project. The project results to lead organization by second Italian partner, National Center of Telemedicine. The main activity regarding the training, design and content creation for the modules for the e-course, European e-course on management of chronic condition through telemedicine, is composed of 3 sub-activity: e-course design, call to action for learner, and competition for the e-course. In the same time, we are defining the qualitative indicator and the quantitative indicator. As a qualitative indicator for PR 2.1, partner senior from each module, expected 2 for each module, evidence of communication mode, as a quantitative indicator activity report. For the PR 2.2, the qualitative indicator, evidence of communication model, and the quantitative indicator report on the student selection procedure. And the project result 2.3 by the National Center of Telemedicine in collaboration with all partners. The qualitative indicator regard for each module, the following must have been prepared, slide and didactic material, and the quantitative indicator report of the content and material prepared for each model. This project result is very important because it is preliminary for building the domain and module, the e-course for the BeEmTel project. As a project results 3, led by University of Piemonte Orientale, the main activity regarding the creation of the digital platform for the e-course, European e-course on management of chronic condition through telemedicine. The sub-activities regarding the design layout, uploading activity, including video lesson, abstract, additional material, and then a platform for digital education testing and maintenance. The qualitative indicator regarding for the project results 3.1, minutes of platform construction staff meeting, and the quantitative indicator report of platform customization. The PR 3.2, the qualitative indicator notification of successful uploading of teaching materials, and the quantitative indicator report on the loading rate and the teacher material inserted for each module. For the PR 3.3, drafting of platform test checklist, and the quantitative indicator digital platform test report, and all sub-activities, all indicators, were realized. Project results for the lead organization is the University of Munchen in Germany. The main activity regarding delivery of the training course through the e-learning modules and content, experimenting the pilot e-course. Had the three sub-activity: implementation of the course, evaluation of curriculum and skill acquired during the course and activities and LTTA. And then a selection of beneficiaries for LTTA and LTTA C1 and C2 realization. The qualitative indicator regarding the PR 4.1, communication of the launch of the course, and the quantitative indicator, number of participants at the e-course presentation. The PR 4.2, the qualitative indicator, briefing and debriefing for the construction of the evaluation questionnaire, and the quantitative indicator, a European curriculum evaluation questionnaire on chronic disease management through telemedicine. And then for the qualitative indicator for PR 4.3, communication on the launch of the course on informing the student that she has been selected for LTTA, and quantitative indicator, report on selection by beneficiaries by LTTA, and the indicator were all satisfied. Finally, the project results 5, led by University of the Zagabria in Croatia. The main activity regarding the creation of the transferability digital toolkit, including educational resource of international best cases and good practice. The qualitative indicator regarding working minutes of the web meeting with all partners to the start of activities, and the quantitative indicator, report of the preparation phases of the digital toolkit. It will not dwell on this project results because I will be presented, will be presented at the event today by the Croatian partner itself, but it's a very strong work, and congratulations all partners for your important effort for this project. As I said before, 3 annual internal reports, the last is ongoing, and 6 semi-annual reports has been produced. The report describe for the reporting for reporting period, all activities carried out by the project, including project management activities and economic aspect, fundamental for the sustainability for this project. In order to estimate possible risk, 3 risk assessments were completed and discussed, especially during the first years of the project BeEmTel. This assessment made it possible to discuss and identify possible strategies to decrease the probability of the event considered to be at high risk and greater risk. Learning recruitment, student recruitment was one of the main activities discussed with the partner, especially during the transnational meeting. The first, as you can see from the picture, the first in Greece, in Larissa, and the second one in Romania. But the core of the BeEmTel project was the realization of the e-course. The e-course was development on 3 main domains: chronic disease, simulation and telemedicine, communication and new form of proximity in the remote assisting era. And all video lesson and supporting material was uploaded to the dedicated project platform available for students to visualize the lesson and consult the material produced. It's a very incredible work by the teacher. Is a very strong opportunity for the student to improve your knowledge regarding about telemedicine and telesimulation approach. In fact, a great commitment was made by the teacher for this project. BeEmTel course engaged 46 teachers, a total of 57 theoretical, 70 lessons and 14 lectures, using a telesimulation, telemedicine approach were delivered. As you can see from the slide, they were produced 55 video lessons, 70 resources, including educational materials, slides and papers, and 250 abstracts translated to the language of the partner countries. It's a very incredible work. Following the course, 2 weeks entirely dedicated to the LTTA, one in Novara at the Simulation Center, SimNova, and last one in Munich at the University and Simulation Center, where students were able to immerse themselves in virtual scenarios and augmented reality. Following the experience, a survey was sent of the satisfaction of the experience and self-assessment by the students, which gave a very, very positive results and feedback. As you can see from the figure, this is the BeEmTel project planning. This is the timeline of the BeEmTel project that we follow a structure to monitor each phase and sub-activities of the project. As you can see, not include only project results, but LTTA, multiplier event, transnational meeting, virtual meeting, and the detail from the timeline. It is with pleasure for me that I can say that all planned phases have been respected and achieved and completely. So, in conclusion, please allow me to thank the entire steering committee of the BeEmTel project. First of all, to thank scientific coordinator, Professor Gianluca Aimaretti. Special thanks to the project manager, Dr. Emiliano Loria, for your great commitment and great collaboration. Matteo Fonio, Mariangela Aloe for the important and relevant contribution for this project, for monitoring the financial aspect. Is not very easy, and thank you all of you for support me in this project. Thank you all partners. It's a very incredible your work, and the quality committee for your precious collaboration. It's a very honor and great pleasure to collaborate with you, with all of you for this project. Thank you so much. Good evening today. And thank you all of you for your collaboration. See you soon, and bye everyone.
Yes, Gianluca, we have to thank Michela Barisone for her grateful work. She connected all parts of our project. So a special thank for her. So we can go on.
Yes, or if there are some suggestion, question, any? Okay, so we move on. Move on with the next lecture, and the next lecture will be delivered by Daniele Vignoli. Daniele Vignoli is not here because he has another task in his academic site in Florence. Daniele Vignoli is a researcher in demography at the University of Florence, and he is the coordinator of the AGIT project. AGIT is a huge project on aging, supported by the fund of the PNNR in AGIT, and works and on different issues about aging, works more than 300 Italian researchers, subdivided in 10 different spokes coordinated by a hub, and the hub is at the University of Florence. One of the spoke is coordinated by our university about politics and issue on politics in aging. One of the main tasks of this project, of this big project, studied from different point of view because the participation to the project is multidisciplinary, is telecare, and the main outcome of the project of AGIT would be the creation of a national institute for aging in Italy. So now Daniele will give us an overview of this issue, and he is a great specialist on demography of aging and on this kind of project on telecare. So please, Emiliano, we can start with the lesson of Professor Vignoli.
Good morning everyone. My name is Daniele Vignoli. I'm Professor of Demography at the University of Florence, and this presentation focuses on the demography of aging in Italy. I would like to thank you very much for the invitation, and it is really a pity I cannot be there with you to share in person these ideas about the demography of aging, but in case, feel free to email me, and I'm sure we will be in contact after this event. In this presentation, I really would like to offer you a different perspective on the population of aging from the one that is often presented in the media, and also, we have to admit ourselves, in the academia, one that instead focuses on positive demography. My starting point is that population aging is primarily a testament of our success in extending life expectancy and managing reproductive planning. The combination of low mortality, the so-called aging from the top of the population pyramid, and low fertility, the so-called aging from the bottom of the population pyramid, eventually results in smaller and older populations. The process is slow, true, but since it started long ago, the age profile of many populations, especially in high-income countries, is already far from that of a pyramid and looks like something else. Evokes other objects. For instance, what does it look like? A cruise ship. This image offers at least two takeaways. First, one does not need a Nobel Prize or to be a top scientist to recognize that an object of this kind has clearly a fragile and stable equilibrium. And second, and more importantly, population aging is not only about longevity. Population aging is an overall demographic process that involves all demographic components, especially low fertility. And in this global scenario, Italy is actually leading global aging. This time we are leading something. Years of longevity growth and low fertility have created an exceptional demographic scenario. By 2040, individuals over 50 years will be the majority, and those over 65 will constitute the 20% of the total population. And this is really an unprecedented scenario in human history. Never before have societies at their core post-parenting and post-retirement individuals. And since Italy is leading this global aging process, has entered into a completely unexplored territory without any precedent models to learn from. At these premises, we received a large amount of funds from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan within the Next Generation EU funding scheme from the for the research program AGIT, Aging Well in an Aging Society. I think this is the largest project ever funded for research on aging. AGIT is a research program that aims at generating a quantum leap, making Italy a leading scientific hub in research on aging and a state-of-the-art empirical laboratory regarding the aging process. Applying a holistic, interdisciplinary and problem-solving approach, AGIT overcomes the fragmentation of different perspectives on aging. It is based on a triangulation between social sciences, biomedical sciences, and technology and science. At the intersection of these three broad disciplinary areas, we identified 10 challenges that we transformed into 10 research centers that, in the language of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, are called 10 spokes. The partnership involves a critical mass of partners, including research and educational institutions, care providers, and civil society associations, businesses, industries across all the Italian territories. You can see here the key founders of the AGIT partnership, but now with a series of cascade calls, we have also included very many other universities and research centers across the Italian territory. I have no time today to present our 10 research centers in detail, but feel free to access our website or feel free to email me to have more information. At a glance, they are the spoke 1 on the demography of aging, and today in this presentation I will focus on the activities of the spoke 1. Then we have 6 horizontal thematic challenges. The spoke 2 on the biology of aging, the spoke 3 on the clinical and environmental factors related to aging, the spoke 4 on the trajectories of healthy and active aging. This spoke focuses especially on behavioral and psychological determinants of aging. Spoke 5 about care sustainability in an aging society, spoke 6 about the silver economy, work participation and welfare at all the ages. And spoke 7, cultural and political dimensions of aging, how to maintain intergenerational justice in a society in which the voters will be more and more often the older individuals. And then we have 3 final cross-integration spokes, spoke 8 and spoke 9, that focus on technologies and multi-component interventions, and spoke 10 that is our policy-oriented spoke. It has the objective of transforming the activities of the whole AGIT research program into policy suggestions. The project is also organized around 4 cross-cutting boards. They are transversal across all our 10 research centers: the data management board, the innovation and technology transfer board, the stakeholder and dissemination board, the learning, education and active aging board. And then our cast, we have 350 experts across all disciplines, 50% are female researchers, but since gender equality is done in leadership positions and not in numbers of not in raw numbers, we do have 40% of women in leadership positions. 20% are young researchers. We hired around 300 young researchers overall, and then we are in contact in a sort of participatory knowledge production, 100 stakeholders. As I said, in this talk I am focusing in particular on the activities of the spoke 1 on the demography of aging. This spoke 1 is co-coordinated by myself at the University of Florence and by the Italian Institute of Statistics with Sabrina Prati. As a starting point, we acknowledge that population aging has generated fears. The emphasis in the media narrative is usually about its negative societal externalities: pressure on the healthcare and pension systems, shrinking labor markets, and so forth. This is just a sample of articles in which the use of buzzwords like demographic freeze, demographic ice age, population boom reinforces the message of a negative prevailing view on population aging. Then the reference to dramatic and strongly evocative terms such as demographic winter contributes to highlight only the negative side of population aging. This is an image from a popular documentary that, at least in my view, tends to resemble the poster of an horror film. This is the way we discuss about demography in the media, especially in Italy. With aged, and particularly within our Spoke 1 on the demography of aging, we are instead developing the concept of positive demography, that is, a new perspective on population aging. To be sure, positive demography does not mean, in any case, ignoring or downplaying challenges. Positive demography signifies instead a shift in perspective, recognizing that Italy's demography is transitioning into a qualitatively different new phase. It is not better, it is not worse. Positive demography focuses on viewing demographic changes through a lens that highlights the positive aspects of contemporary population dynamics, while simultaneously proposing proactive solutions to address the challenges they present. Positive demography is not criticizing the present, it is offering solutions for the future. Let me quickly review the key demographic processes through the lens of positive demography, starting with mortality longevity, with the mortality longevity process. Here it's quite straightforward that with increasing longevity things are going better. With increasing longevity, rising life expectancies, many of us would welcome an extra day in the week. And a significant proportion of people will spend their late years in better health than in the past. Are these negative things? Are these problems? I don't think so. But the emphasis usually shifts from exceptional longevity to the potential negative impacts on public finances, healthcare services, and economic stability. But these reflections are also made under very conservative assumptions, usually the everything else equal type. But how much population is aging depends also on the conventional definitions of who is old and who is young. If the age thresholds, for instance those that we consider old, 65 and plus, are adjusted in light of improvement in mortality, then the figures about population aging are way less drastic. Look at this simple calculation. Consider the old age dependency ratio, namely the ratio between the aged, typically those that in conventional thresholds are 65 and plus, and the adults, typically those that are 15 to 65 years old. This old age dependency ratio in 1980 was 26.4, meaning that in 1980 every 100 individuals between 15 to 65, potentially in their working age, 26% were non-active, aged 65 and plus. The burden of older adults aged more than 65 rises every 100 between 15 to 65, rises from 26.4 in 1980 to 39.3 in 2023. So clearly a larger burden of population aged 65 and plus on the potentially working population. True, but if we recalculate the old age dependency index by replacing the standard age thresholds, 15 and 65, with the ages that today correspond in 2023 to the same remaining life expectancy at ages 15 and 65 in 1980, we do find that the old age dependency ratio in 2023 has increased only from 26 to 28. So this means that with a proper and less old-fashioned definition of being old, better survival actually does not cause population aging. We are not the burden of the population 65 and plus, the burden of those that called aged are no longer present, or present to a much lesser extent. In practice, this means replacing the age of 15 with the age of 23 and the age of 65 with the age of 71.8. So even not a big changes in the traditional cutoff. So at the age of 65, we do still expect a long, full life, most of which in good physical and psychological condition that will be partly devoted to caring for others and for the environment. So from this perspective, older adults are an asset and not a burden. This optimistic representation, to be sure, fits mainly persons with cultural and social capital accumulated through their lives. However, things are likely to improve also in this sense, and actions can be taken to this end. And this is why in the AGIT we do have a crucial focus and a cross-cutting focus across all spokes on lifelong learning. We do have a transversal board really focusing on lifelong learning. Then, fertility. Having a positive lens on fertility is not as easy as for longevity, but it's possible. It's not easy because declining fertility rates imply fewer economically active individuals to sustain all the systems against growing demands. But still, viewing low fertility from a positive demography lens means recognizing the opportunities of low fertility and proposing solutions. Opportunities. First of all, low fertility could represent an opportunity to invest more in the quality of education. We can balance the quantitative decline of young adults with their quality, tackling educational poverty and reducing social inequality in access to higher education. Reducing inequalities would be way more expensive with larger share of young adults. So the fact that we are having shrinking young population is an opportunity to invest in their quality. But then, do we also need solutions for low fertility? Yes, the answer is yes. We also need to address low fertility. It represents an opportunity, but it also represents a challenge. Why a challenge? A challenge because there is a gap. There is a gap between desired fertility and realized fertility. There is in Italy an unsatisfied need for fertility that policies should address. This is the percentage of women without children, childless women in a co-residential partnership. This is the intention to have a child in the next 3 years. And you see that among women aged 35 to 39, 66.7% of them do intend to have a child in the next 3 years. Among the group 40-44, 45% of them intend to have a child in the next 3 years. So clearly there is a gap between these intentions and the realized fertility. The majority of women childless, 35 to 39, intend to have a child. The need for fertility and the unsatisfied need for fertility is also evident by looking at the contribution of medically assisted reproduction to age-specific fertility rate. What I'm showing here is the result of a paper produced within the AGIT, and this is a paper in collaboration with the National Institute of Statistics. This is the first estimation for Italy about the contribution of medically assisted reproduction to fertility by using population register. So it is at the national level. We estimated that medically assisted reproduction techniques contributes of 3.7% to Italy's total fertility rate in 2022. It was only 2.1 in 2013. Among women aged more than 40, the contribution of medically assisted reproduction doubled to 16.2% in 2022. It was only 8.6% in 2013. And then, and this is the most impactful outcome, the contribution of medically assisted reproduction to the fertility of first order, so to first births, is 31% among women aged more than 40. This means that among women aged more than 40, 1 out of 3 first births are conceived through medically assisted reproduction techniques. This is a very powerful image that clearly speaks with the need of family policies. It speaks with an unsatisfied need of fertility. But again, there is a need of fertility, but there are also potential solutions on the table. I'm here reporting results of a paper that is going to appear soon in Demography, which is the most important journal in demography. It is published by the Population Association of America, of a paper that we also developed within the AGIT project through factorial survey experiments. I'm not entering into the technicalities. We clearly addressed which policies are needed in Italy for fertility. What we found very clearly is that policies of a pronatalist nature, such as baby bonuses or specific incentives, cash transfers, are not perceived as important for parenthood and are therefore scarcely effective. What matters instead are more structural reforms concerning the entire life course. What matters are not cash transfer or baby bonus. What matters for contemporary fertility in Italy is having 2 persons working in the couple and a decent household income. So what is considered essential are retrospective reforms addressing labor market problems of families and not cash transfer or more pronatalist fertility policies. In all, positive demography means that in addition to addressing the needs of a growing number of older individuals, we must support the young and help them to prepare for the long future that awaits them. The last key and often neglected demographic process is migration. Here the point is quite straightforward. In designing population policies, greater attention should be given to migration movements, boldly viewing population aging through a replacement migration lens. Fast demography, we are influenced by migration, is less inertial than slow demography, and this distinction matters. We are used to think about demography as something that changes extremely slow. If you look at your clock, demography is usually considered the hand of hours. You look at the clock and it seems it does not move, but then from the day comes the night and then the time passes. It's true, demography is extremely slow, but with migration we can transform slow demography into fast demography, because migration can be seen as a mitigation factor to population aging. Migration provides a stock of working age individuals. Migration has positive effects on fertility by increasing the number of people in reproductive age, and migration rejuvenates host countries' population age structure. For example, if fertility rates improved from 10 to 20% overnight, we would see a sizable effect on the population structure, more working population, more potential parents, only after decades. Rather, migration, even if not the ultimate solution to population aging, can help to keep population young in real time. Young migrants are in fact potential new parents today, and especially new workers today, rather than in the future. So migration, from a positive demography perspective, becomes a crucial component of demographic change to sustain the population of wealthy countries. So I've reviewed the key demographic processes, mortality, fertility and migration, from a positive demography perspective. Now I would also like to emphasize that a positive demography agenda needs some prerequisites, and the prerequisites for a positive demography agenda are innovation in data and data analysis and inter and transdisciplinarity. A positive demography perspective requires a policy and research agenda built on concerted efforts in data gathering, monitoring, and forecasting. There is an urgent need to create multiple large-scale datasets with harmonized biomedical and socio-demographic variables. Datasets, longitudinal datasets with harmonized biomedical and socio-demographic variables is the future for research on aging. Positive demography highlights the new research opportunities emerging from this data, whose availability could spark a revolution in aging research, allowing to understand and quantify demographic phenomena at unprecedented scales and resolutions. Unlocking the potential of novel data sources such as big population microdata, digital trace data, and geospatial data relies on our ability to create methods and establish disciplinary standards to tackle emerging challenges, such as understanding data access, assessing their representativeness, and inference. Data access is a key challenge. But the good news is again that promising solutions are on the table, such as the potential creation of synthetic microdata. And in collaboration with the Italian Institute of Statistics, we are working exactly in this novel direction, preparing a prototype of synthetic data from population registers of the National Statistical Office that could be freely released. Then clearly the large amount of data required to understand population aging needs transdisciplinary teams to investigate it. Aging is not just a biological process, it is strongly interconnected with economic, social, and health-related factors. In this context, any research endeavor needs to explore various dimensions of aging, aiming to shed light on its complexities and implications for individuals and societies alike. On this backdrop, positive demography requires diverse disciplines to work together, and the AGIT research program represents a gold standard in this respect. For instance, to advance a positive demography perspective, I have previously highlighted the critical role of medically assisted reproduction for fertility. Building on this foundation, we have fostered a robust interdisciplinary collaboration, bringing together experts from both the social and biomedical sciences. Specifically, researchers in demography and law, representing the social science perspective, have worked close with researchers in gynecology, endocrinology, and andrology, representing the biomedical perspective. This collaboration has allowed for a comprehensive exploration of the intersection between fertility, fecundity, and male and female sexuality. And we do have already quite many publications from the AGIT with joint collaborations between these two teams. If you want to know more about it, just feel free to email me. I have no time to enter into the specificities of these papers. So, moving to the conclusion, the focus on the negative, at times depicted as catastrophic consequences of population aging has overshadowed more optimistic stances. We are likely to live longer and in better health. The gap between desired and actual fertility can be bridged with appropriate policy interventions and also recognizing the potential contribution of medically assisted reproduction. And, at least in the short term, migration can alleviate aging problems and accelerate demographic renewals. A positive demography agenda requires also transdisciplinary collaborations and innovation in data collection and analysis. Clearly, this new and positive spring of research on aging in Italy, eventually brought about by the AGIT consortium, will not end with the program. We have, first of all, developed a new national PhD program in life course research. This PhD program in life course research that directly stems from the AGIT consortium foster the study of life courses and the significant events that shape them from a holistic and transdisciplinary perspective. The program establishes an alliance among scholars from the biomedical, the psychological, and the socio-demographic fields. The PhD program in life course research will train a new generation of high-skilled scholars relying on an evidence-based approach with a strong emphasis on quantitative methods and data analysis. We have a very large consortium that is built directly from AGIT within this PhD program, National PhD Program in Life Course Research. The key features of this program is the super departmental and super regional nature of the consortium to overcome the fragmentation of local approaches for research on aging and the life course, the sharing of resources and infrastructures within the consortium, and also the final aim is the development of a national school in social research. I'm not entering into the specificities of the biomedical, psychological, and socio-demographic curricula. Feel free to access our website or email me if you need more information. The PhD students of this cohort just started a few days ago. And this PhD program in life course research has also a quite innovative teaching structure. It is a multi-level teaching structure in which we have transdisciplinary courses, horizontal. These are courses that are common to all the three curricula, so socio-demographic, biomedical, and psychological. These are courses on academic writing, courses on meta-analysis, courses on causal inference. Then we do have curriculum-specific courses because we need to train the PhD students on tools and themes specific to their curricula. And then finally we have a series of focused and disciplinary courses that can be taken from the host universities that are paying the scholarship. So we have a quite new and innovative multi-level teaching structure. We also want to go beyond the AGIT research program by ending up with an Italian Institute of Aging or an Italian Institute for the Future of the Population. We do want to leave a stable infrastructure, also the AGIT research program, and we are now strongly working in this direction as AGIT Hub. The Italian Institute of Aging has clearly become for us an absolute priority for a strategic approach to population aging. And this kind of institute is common in other countries, but not in Italy. And actually, Italy is the country that is leading global aging, so we really need this institute. And I'm really closing here. Concerns are natural, as we acknowledge that old age inevitably brings illness, limitations, loss, and loneliness. But instead of pessimistic views, which, to be also honest with you, offer very little value, a positive demography approach emphasizes instead the importance of policy innovation, structural support for the young, and leveraging migration to navigate population changes. So, thank you very much, and I wish you good working days in this event. Thank you again.
Thank you, Daniele. Daniele is not here, so we cannot make any question. But we can. I think that Daniele give us some brilliant, positive view of the problem. In changing the world is always important, not pessimistic evaluation, a positive evaluation. This is very important from a demographic point of view, This is very important for Italian population, but not only, because also in other European nations, the problem of demographic illness is a great problem. Emiliano.
No, in fact, take me the advantage of my role to discuss together with this marvelous talk, because we have time, 10 minutes, and you are physicians, clinicians, researchers, medical field. I'm not, but I'm studying this perspective because I'm an historian and philosopher, but and I'm teaching these fields. In our country, never Italy has this large population, never. So for an historical point of view, it's quite strange that it's a problem, has 60 million people. Why it is a problem? Why Daniele talked about the catastrophic perspectives, the demographic winter. Why it's winter? So this approach, positive demography, it's very interesting because now we have the opportunity to improve the quality of life. Since we are going to be older, with limitations, laws, loneliness, we have the opportunity now to study and create structures, interventions through our e-course, but also through our new skills of physician, social operators, for mitigate the loneliness, the loss, the disease, involved with the aging. So Daniele, I appreciate very much the talk of Daniele. I have to thank him because this perspective is positive and is more realistic of the world's perspectives, because they are not founded on concrete and historical perspectives. Also, the reason of what I mentioned, the population, the range of population in Italy, but the same perspective is for France, Germany, or China, or United States. So, who orders to be so large? If we don't go toward the fertility, if we interview our young people in schools, in our universities, I think that very few women and men and young want to be parents tomorrow. Maybe because they want to create and live in a different way, in a novel way, that in the world never see, the world never sees before. We have the opportunity to invent a new way to live in our planet. For starting from this perspective, I don't know what you think about, because you are professionals, but for me as a historian and philosopher is a crucial question. Because also our government, but not only our Italian government, are thinking to create and provide funds for young families, for young women. But if you ask young women, do you want to receive 2,000 euros for your son or for your daughter? The answer is no. I don't want money. I don't want a job, an interesting job, or an interesting life, not new sons or daughters. It depends. It depends. Maybe not always, but I do these questions in my classrooms, in the high school. And believe me, only 2-3 girls on 20 answers yes. I want to be a mother, I want to be a family one day very soon, but very few. Now the answers are different. So in my perspective is in line and coherent with what Daniele was talking. So if you want to say something or know your professional consideration about this new perspective, but this is our challenge to see and also to orient our politicians, because maybe the interventions that we need are different, and not money in this direction, but money maybe and initiative in other directions. Thanks for my... But you need the microphone, so Manuela, you have to come here. Yeah.
Ti dà il microfono? Ok.
Only little suggestion, because according to me it is very interesting. This is multidisciplinarity, so very interesting. Also talking about history, demographic, and so on. Emiliano, let me say one thing. It is very important what you said, because as a mother, as a woman, as a mother, as a worker, I found some difficulties in working with two children, although they are old now. And I worked very much on this point. We have to found new works, as you said, because as a mother, I want to work. And if I can make connection with our team, so telemedicine and so on, I worked very much to make understand that it is possible also for example, for a mother with children to work on this field. Let's think, for example, in a doctor that can make telemedicine, that can make televisit and so on. This is very important. In the afternoon, I will talk about it, because we have to work for new forms of proximity, so to chronic people and so on. And so if we try to create new works and to permit, for example, to mother to work in telemedicine, they can work at home, but they can only help new forms of proximity. So telecare, televisit, telemonitoring, and so on. This is a crucial point, according to me, because in this way we can have two aims. Works, and so to help families and to help children to born, and we can help also older people, and so in their telecare and new forms of proximity. This is a very important point, and we have to work on this way, according to me. I don't know if it is a problem also in other countries, but I think yes, not only in Italy, probably for women that works.
Other countries? Other suggestion?
Julia, maybe you are the younger here in this room. I don't know what you think about.
Microphone to Giulia.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with the presentation, and partially with what Dr. Manuela has just said, because in perspective, I'd like to become a mother. Yes, of course, but maybe the government should give us a way and not more money during the month, but a place where to live our children, okay? And to be independent as a woman from the classical role of mother. So even if telemedicine could be a great way to stay at home and at the same time taking care of children, I think that many women today would like to take their independence from the role of mother, because even if I had the occasion to use telemedicine, okay, but I am always the classical mother that I have to stay at home and at the same time take care of my job, by telemedicine and at the same time take care of children and do households and all this. Okay, it's a way, okay. But at the same time, I think that governments should give to women the possibility to, yes, become a mother, but remain a worker, a doctor, or a researcher of the maintain their dependence for their job. I think that this is why many women answer to you, no, I wouldn't like to become a mother, because they think that, okay, and then I will become the classic mother. So I will have to take care of whole, is the word of family and so on. So try to balance the two reality.
Okay. If there are no other question or other comment, we can move for a coffee. Outside, okay? And we will return here in 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, okay? So, have a good coffee, Italian coffee. Okay, Lavazza. I don't know if Lavazza is, however.
It's a pleasure, an honor for me to introduce Professor Snježana Čuklijek from the University of Zagreb. She is going to present our digital toolkit, the final project result of our Erasmus+ project. So, Snježana, please, you can start.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, good morning once again. It's my great pleasure that I can present the BeEmTel Transferability Digital Toolkit, the work that we done during the last several months. And it's supposed to present everything that was done during the previous period of 3 years of our BeEmTel project. So, the aim of this digital toolkit is to support those that working and participating in designing, training, management, development, delivery, and promotion of learning about chronicity, telemedicine, and simulation. And to achieve that, we prepared a digital toolkit that presents tools, models, best practices, and clinical cases that we used during this three-year period of our project. And to prepare this digital toolkit, we had a great help of all our partners. They came from all these partners' countries, and then provide their documents, and they provide their materials, abstracts, and lectures, so that we can put it in the digital toolkit. Our digital toolkit has 5 chapters, and at the end there is a bibliography. As you heard during the previous lectures this morning and presentation of the project, it presents everything that was done during this project. So we have a brief introduction. After that, we provide you with the competencies, Delphi study, and focus group. After that, designing and implementation of the e-course, and the main part of this digital toolkit is the content of the e-course, because there are lectures, there are some abstracts, and after that we have information about learning, training, teaching activities that was taken in Novara and Munich, and at the end it is evaluation. And in the few next slides, I will present you screenshots and parts of this digital toolkit. And the digital toolkit is in its final phases, and I believe that it will be done till the end of this month, and after that it will be published on the website of the BeEmTel project, and also at our website, and it can be put in websites of other partners if they wish to do that. So, in the introduction, there is a brief description of the reasons why did we start with this project. Also, there are objectives and methods that were taken to do all the project all these 3 years. After that, there we present all 5 phases, and that we started in the July of 2022, and we are finishing in the November of 2024. I won't speak in the details about these 5 phases because already Emiliano and Michela presented it to us. During the Peer 1, the large work was done about development of the competencies, because one of the BeEmTel project aims was to identify the necessary competencies that future professionals must obtain to manage patient with chronic conditions effectively. In order to determine the necessary competencies, a literature review, Delphi study, and focus groups with the students were conducted. And based on these identified competencies, the partnership defined the main topic areas and learning outcomes that were applied in the planning and delivering of the e-course and training models. So the competencies that was delivered in the beginning was the basis on which we have all the lectures in the second part of our project. The literature review was conducted with, from our partners from the Greece and from the Italy, and they did a database search for peer-reviewed papers published in the English in the period of 2011 to 2021. And they use CNL, Scopus, and PubMed, and they use a variety of search criteria. All of this is published in the paper. That was one of the dissemination outcomes of this project. They analyze 54 studies that used the synthesis showing a variety of abilities and competencies needed to manage chronic patients, including interpersonal and intrapersonal abilities, communication skill, teamwork, collaboration skills, so to evidence-based practice abilities and capacity to recognize and address ethical and legal issues. This skill was gathered, and there was 35 core competencies. And after that, they conducted a Delphi study in 3 rounds, and 37 specialists in chronic disease that was not part of this project and not familiar with this, what we want to do, so that we can have objective opinion about necessary competencies. We ask our colleagues that are dealing with telemedicine, with chronic disease, and with aging in our countries, and from each of our country, all 5 countries, the experts were part of this Delphi study. The competencies was supposed to be accepted if 75% of participants agreed that it is necessary and to be a part of this part of the work that our students need to know. By the end of the round 3, participants had reached consensus on 37 core competencies, and this is the wide range of competencies, as you can see. They include technical, legal, ethical knowledge, health promotion, disease prevention, patient education, management, culture, communication skills, teamwork, and collaboration. And the overall agreement across all competencies was between 2.4 and 100%. And in the paper that was published, and also in our digital toolkit, you can find a list of all competencies, all 37 of them, with the score and how many persons and with the level of agreement. Also, we presented the outcomes of learners focus group after the Delphi study. Our partners from Italy and from Greece with the students conducted focus group. In each focus group there were 9 students, total 18 students. And focus group took place in Greece on May 2022 and in Italy in June 2022 also. And the focus groups and their answers were subjected to thematic analysis. And the participants said that there is little instructions in telecare in the present curricula and no exposure to telecare practices during clinical placement. So the reason that we started this project is relevant and needed, that our students also said that they need that knowledge. And in the end of this digital toolkit, there is also evaluation, and you will see results how they evaluate need for this kind of education. And after thematic analysis, summary of the focus group is presented in digital toolkit. It is brief summary because it is supposed to be published papers regarding focus group and also regarding another part of Delphi analysis. So it will be supplementary files to digital toolkit because we have to be cautious what we previously published so that papers can be published. And as I said, the main part of our digital toolkit is the part that is regarding the designing and implementation of the e-course. As you heard previously, 80 hours of the lectures was prepared. Also, 80 hours of practical LTT training was conducted. 46 teachers from partner institutions, for all partner institutions, were involved in preparing the e-course, and 57 lectures have been prepared. The e-course was available on the Moodle SimNova platform that was prepared and developed during this project. This is the main screen, and you previously during this morning saw this screen because all our lectures are divided in three themes: chronic diseases, health simulation and telecare, and new forms of proximity. Lectures were prepared in the form of traditional lectures and telesimulations. At the end of the course, students took a final exam. Each lecture is accompanied by an abstract and questions for evaluating the acquired knowledge. And for each lecture, the abstracts was translated to all our national languages so that we have additional benefit for our students and that they can learn and teach about in their language, but also to see the other languages. So this is the resources for the one of the lectures. So you can see that we prepared everything for our students. And this is the screenshot of our digital toolkit. You can see that there is the name of the lesson, and each lesson, each 57 lessons are numbered in our digital toolkit with the teacher, and you can see that we have links. These links, and we have for most of our lectures links to the lecturer, so that anybody who accesses the digital toolkit and click on this link can hear the lecture that was provided for our students. When preparing this digital toolkit, we asked our lecturers for consent that we can publish that in our digital toolkit so that their presentations can be shared. Also, we provided 3, 4, or 5 abstracts in each part on each part of these lectures, so that the one who is going through, the people that is going through our digital toolkit, that they can see them and read them. The next part of the lectures was prepared on the theme health simulation and telecare. And you can see that we put some screenshots so that the people who is going through this digital toolkit can see what the tele-simulation means. That it is the filmed simulation that was conducted with the students and with the real patients. And it was also previously said by Emiliano that that was additional benefit for our students. So we provide idea for other teachers that will provide their courses based on the tele-simulation. The next chapter is regarding health simulation. It is the similar, and we marked that in some situations we were not able to provide the full lecture because of some institutional agreements, and in that case it was the shortened lesson that was provided for the digital toolkit. And there is another chapter regarding telemedicine, and the final part of the lectures was regarding new form of proximity, and you can see that this part and this chapter included 12 lectures, and we provided the list of lectures, also some of the abstract. And there is the third of our chapter. It is regarding learning, training, and teaching activities of the Erasmus+Project. As you heard before, 2 learning, teaching, and training activities were conducted, and it was organized after the e-learning phase that students had to go through all the lectures, pass the final exam, and best of them had the opportunity to go to the Novara or to go to the Munich. And in total, 25 students went to Novara to hear for in SimNova Simulation Center in the March of this year, and also 25 students went to Munich in their Institute of Emergency Medicine and Medical Management, also in March, and be a part of the learning LTTA activity. This activities was very intensive. It was 1 week. It lasted for 40 hours and give an immersive experience for the students to see what is telemedicine and what they can learn in that simulation situation. And here are some pictures that we provided so that it would be much more visible for everybody that is going through our digital toolkit. Also, from the first LTTA, we ask our students to write their experience, and we cited it in the document so you can read and you can see what experience they had. Our students were thrilled with this practice that is up there. It is practice about teamwork, and it needed to choose a leader and to work together to build a tower. And you can see how they were engaged in this activity. And also you will see in Munich, they will probably picture themselves in front of this high tower that they made. There are still about pictures from Italy. And the second LTTA were taken in Munich, in Germany, and they saw lots of activities and simulations. And as I said, you can see the tower that they built in Munich, and they were very proud with their outcome of their work. We also provided student experiences from the Munich, and you can read about them in our digital toolkit. At the beginning, I said that one of the aims of this digital toolkit is to provide the best practice. So Michaela prepared 1 day experience, and she provided the description of the all day, what they work with learning our objectives for the students that participated, and also the materials that they use during that day. So it is really example and an excellent example of good practice. And this is the pictures from that day. And at the end, we provide evaluation. It was very important for us to see what were students' experience. We asked them all the way through this project how they feel about lectures, how was their experience during LTTA, and also it was very important at the end of the project. And all of that is summarized in the evaluation, and it is prepared several papers regarding that will be published in the near future. We ask and evaluate participant satisfaction with the digital platform usability, content relevance, and interactivity. Also, we assess knowledge retention and skill development in chronic disease management using telecare techniques, and evaluation of telesimulation activities in providing real-life scenarios to enhance decision-making skills. As a part of this project, one of the aims was to develop the European Curriculum Evaluation Questionnaire, and from all the partners institutions, teachers were engaged in development of this evaluation questionnaire. It consists of the 3 parts. It is regarding the chronic disease, and you will see new forms of proximity and also telemedicine, and it is developed to assess knowledge, as you can see, skills and attitudes on the Likert type scale from 1 to 5, that every student can assess how much he get each of these competencies, so that we have information how successful the education was. And you can see how many competencies were written, and that it was a really big job to develop that kind of the evaluation form. And this is the second part that is regarding the simulation and telemedicine. And the third, communication and new form of proximity in the remote assistant era. And at the end of this questionnaire, there is a free space for the students to describe in a few words what an educational experience of the BeEmTel projects were from them, so that they have also opportunity to write the main conclusions, how they felt about this whole project. And you can find all the questionnaire in total for free in our digital toolkit. And the special part of this digital toolkit is the student feedback. And I think that we are all a little bit curious what the students said. And also, I think that other people, when they are going through our project, would like to see if that was useful. And you can see that our students, 91% of them said that telemedicine courses should be integrated in their degree program. But also, 88, also maybe nice data is that 84% of them said that they didn't attended a telemedicine course before. So that this is the data or results that are showing the need. They are aware of the need, but on the other side, they didn't participate before. Also, 88% of them said that they will continue to study telemedicine. Did they experience any issues? Most of them didn't experience any issues, and it is over half of them, 68%, which we can be satisfied because there were not that many technical issues and only any other issues that affected their learning experience. And 95% of them said that telesimulation should be provided in all courses that they learn. Also, most of them agree and strongly agree that topics that were covered in the course were commensurate with my knowledge. Also, that they were relevant about telemedicine, that they covered their course if they were interesting, and it will be useful in their professional life in the future. And also we asked them about how they use how they were satisfied with the platform and all information that they get. So they said that the email was useful, that the subject divisions and all that was divided into 3 parts, and that after division in the lectures, and they can manage with that. And they found that online platform interface were very useful and user-friendly. The lessons were clear and easy to understand. And 27% of them said that they didn't have any problems. Rarely problems were present in about 32% of the students. So about 50% of the students didn't have any problems regarding using this platform. But I have to say 125 students filled that evaluation, so it is a large number of students, and we can think that it is relevant answers that we get about our platform. Also, they said that what negatively influences their participation, and it was a lack of time, because this was for most of our students additional subject that they wasn't part of the curriculum that is obligatory for them. So it is reasonable that they had a problem to learn, to study it, but we can say that after all of them finished, that the one who wants can find the time, and that kind of education can be very good for them. And I will say that they, at the end, said that if they prefer face-to-face or e-learning, that most of our students said that they prefer e-learning. But I think that there should be some balance between face-to-face and e-learning. And at the end, we also present the results of this evaluation questionnaire that is related to usability and content quality, engagement and interactivity, and knowledge retention and skill development. Also, the feedback on curriculum structure, They highlighted a strong interest in additional diverse case studies to better address complex patient scenarios, reinforcing the value of frequent and varied assessment. And I won't read everything else that is on the slide. You can read it in the digital toolkit. At the end of our digital toolkit, we provided a bibliography, or we provided the list of the articles that were published in the last few years, and they are regarding the telemedicine, telenursing, teleeducation, telesimulation. Then that if you want to find additional literature, or anybody who wants to find additional literature can go through this list of content and find another paper that was published related to this subject. We put the paper that was published regarding this project in the literature list, and I believe that in the future it will be able, it is digital, that we add other papers that will be published regarding our project on this bibliography list, so that it will be available for everybody who wants to read about that. And this is our digital toolkit. This is what we did during the last 3 years.
Thank you, Snezhana. If you have some clarification of our work. Well, the last part dedicated to evaluation, Snezhana, shows that we were right. The students want and need to be informed about telemedicine and teleassistance. They are curious, and also that our e-course works.
Yes, yes. The evaluation says that you were right about idea and need for this kind of project. And the development of that kind of e-course was very valuable for our students. And maybe we should think in the future to provide much more courses that was like that. Also that working in this multidisciplinary way, and also to work in that, we have a course that is gathering students from different countries in one situation, in one together course. It's very great experience. Also during the LTTA, also during the e-course.
But do you think that, for example, in your university or other universities in Croatia, this e-course could have a future, or maybe bureaucracy is too much and convince to open new courses in the degree careers is more difficult than other?
In our country, we can have, according to our legislative, e-course that is totally e-course as a part of curriculum. It can be for the nurses, it can be medical students, or for psychology. We can also bring and to develop an e-course that is multidisciplinary and offer him to the different part of the students, and we can foster interprofessional education. This is possible, and I think that some parts and ideas that we had here, and that we can ask the teachers to participate in our e-course, it's not a problem. There is a need, and I think that our students are interested in that kind of education.
Yeah, we need. Please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I like it very much. Just a consideration that is related to the fact that it's very important to have feedbacks from the students. And the way you perform it was very good, and gave to all the group, I think, the possibility to consider how well it was done. Now I am joking. I saw that on the total number of people participating to the interviews, you have only one guy that was ever in contrary with the whole group, you know, is 0.8 or 0.9. So were you able to identify the student?
Data are from Emiliano's. It's his research. Maybe he knows who's that person.
It's very important to have data related to it.
So if there are no other questions or concerns, it's a pleasure and honor to invite Professor Della Corte and also our German delegate. Nadine, Julia, if you want to sit here beside me. You.
Can I start?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me in this presentation together with our friends in Munich. I'm very pleased about that, to present what we have done during this, the course, and how was the preparation, our participation on this project. Thank you very much, Emiliano, for all the work that you have done. You are much better than we could have done by ourselves. You were great, and I think that you have to take all the award, you know, of the organization of this project. I am Francesco Della Corte. I am the scientific director of the Simnova Center. That is something that in our university got a lot of honors related to the fact that we started in 2020 and in 2000s, and after that with 25 years of good collaboration also with some friends working with us also in this project, we were able to implement. So the role of Simnova in the BeEmTel was related to these 4 figures. Creation and management of the digital platform for the European e-course, the organization of the learning, teaching, training program course in March 2024, and tutoring during the LTETA. And I have to say a few words about all the staff of Simnova that were participated to the course, working and writing, and also trying to gather together all the group to make it better. And after, I hope we will have also a role or a better contribution to the dissemination of whatever we have done. Of course, we got at Simnova immediately the combination between simulation and distance learning. This is something that we have involved in a lot of time, especially related to the EMDM, that is the European Master in Disaster Medicine, that started in 2000, and now at the 25th edition gave us the opportunity to implement the system in the best way possible. To this course, we have about 700 students in this 25 years long, and so we got a lot of experience in distance learning, and we are absolutely sure that this is a good way to teach, especially when you have a multinational or multi-continent involvement in. So the background is about something that has been already said, so I will go directly to what is the course. The previous speakers talk about that, and it was a course held in Novara from March 4 to 8, and it was, I think, as it was said, a very immersive week at our university. During these days, we dedicate our interest to these specific topics that were individualized by the group of previous partners in the first 1-2 part of the project, and we decided to choose these specific topics. On March 1st, March 4, Principle of Simulation, Telemedicine, and Non-Technical Skills. This was a topic that was managed by a psychologist, and it was really appreciated by the students. The second day, Telemedicine in Disaster Medicine. Telemedicine, the third day, Telemedicine in Cardiology, especially focused on chronic heart failure. The fourth day, Telemedicine and Endocrinology, specifically related to diabetes type 1 and type 2. And the last day was Telemedicine and Nursing Approach for Family Home Care. So have you already seen these slides? This was the opening, and after that, some of the great teachers that we had during this course. We started to work on hands-on. It means that all the students that came by us had the opportunity to move their hands and to find out how they were able to practice and after to improve their performances. You see that we were starting from the very basic skill stations. And after that, we use also some mannequins, very high fidelity mannequins that could give also the chance to experience those people and those students specifically to aging patients. We had the opportunity also to make some education on semiotics and also on the managing of the whole patient in a specific environment. We have the opportunity also to improve some kind of very simple techniques, something related to physiatrics and physiotherapists, giving the opportunity also to manage patients in the area of something that is not so well evolved in the specific training and teaching in the medical schools. Also the ability to ask the patients about his or her anamnesis, or to specific training in some different, with different mannequins, for example, about burns management, or the mega code for multiple students. There we provided also some information about some distance learning using tools that are able to be used in Simno itself, or having also the possibility to use them for distance learning. For example, this is a system that is called Body Interact that is used either on site, but also could be provided with the students at home. The colleague that preceded me talked about the non-technical skills, that's to say the possibility to teach people to work together in a team. And this was something that was invented by our psychologist that has a lot of elicited a lot of interest by the students. You know, it's a simple game, but it gives the possibility to manage a group and to allow them to go in only one direction and not in different directions. And this is something that has been really appreciated. These are also some other things, and we also have some advice, some advanced situation like the possibility to mimic the environment where the training tool could be used. I mean, this, for example, is a surgeon on action, and you can evaluate and you can mimic the environment in three-dimensional way, and asking teachers, these are mobiles, I think that you have used it during the course. It's very simple, but gives you a best level of immersion in your simulation. Also this, for example, is an anatomage table where you can give the students a possibility to see to have the exposure to a autopsy, and you can, or anatomy or autoptics, depending on the way you want to go. But you have a similar program that is called a sector program that you have used during the exercise that give you the possibility to have a telemedicine, teledidactics, giving the opportunity to the students stay home to have the same content that you can have during your visitation in SimNova. We made and we provided also some other tools. This is something that we built up in the last years. We have a special room where you can have any kind of hospital departments, from intensive care to the emergency department, and also the opportunity to build up 4 beds intensive care units. And this is very important for the students and the nurses and the doctors to work together. And the last that we have brought to this project was the home care. I mean, this is a flat that is suited with a bedroom, a toilet, the possibility to have a table to eat, and other things that are specifically of a flat. And here we use it for education and consultation, especially in the phase of post-operative care, when the patient is coming back home, having the opportunity to be given in charge to the caregivers that will take care of them. So these are some other photos that we caught during the exercises that we did during that week. If you want, I can make you see. So this is something that we produced as a course in SimNova, and we use it to transfer it during the BeEmTel exercise. So to give those people, to the students, the opportunities to get directly in contact with some specificity that we prefer that they get during their specialization or the course for undergraduates, to be brought to their future profession. So these are pigs' legs that are used for the experience with cutting and so we took inspiration from this course to bring our competence to give the students to get learn on that. You see, not only skills, but also interaction, non-technical skills, giving the basis for managing the patient, not only from the clinical point of view, but also from the psychological point of view. And that's all. I finish, and I'm very, very, very happy to have been involved in this course. So thank you very much for having involved SimNova in that. And I give the word to my next, our colleague in the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Della Corte. The 2 simulation centers are our pillars for the realization of the project. So, Julia.
welcome everybody. My name is Julia, and together with my colleague Nadine sitting over there, we are just briefly introducing you to LMU, LMU's role during the BeEmTel project, and especially we wanted to give you an overview what we have accomplished during the LTDA taking place in March at the INM. And just for those of you who might have never heard of the INM before, apart from the few slides that were mentioned earlier during this day, the Institute of Emergency Medicine and Management in Medicine, shortly INM, was founded in 2002 and was in fact one of the first simulation centers in the German-speaking countries in Europe. And the mission of the institute is which looks like this. You can see on the right-hand side is to optimize the delivery of emergency care. And apart from training and teaching, we are also doing research and simulation. We're doing consulting, quality management, risk management, and we have also a department especially dealing with disaster preparedness, not only for the University Hospital in Munich, but also for Bavaria in general. With yeah, so you see the people working at this institute. This is very interdisciplinary, reaching from physicians, nurses, disaster experts, and also more researcher, especially with a focus on sociology and psychology, bringing together a large expertise to deliver good simulation training. And as you've heard, the LTDA was taking place at the Human Simulation Center at INM, which is situated at the basement of the institute, and the Human Simulation Center consists of several rooms, starting with an emergency side. You can see it on the left-hand side with like a car can be brought in there, or it could be just a normal flat where somebody has fallen or having an emergency and calling the ambulance. Then there's another room with the transportation side where the paramedics can actually go the next step in the emergency chain to transport the patients either in an ambulance or in the helicopter. And then there are two more clinical spaces which can be either used as an operating theater or trauma room, depending on the situation and the simulation you want to do. And in the heart of the simulation center, there's a control room where there are 4 workplaces, so there can actually be different simulations going on at the same time with different people observing the scenarios going on, and then afterwards talk about it. When I talk about simulation training, what is done at INM, this is always relying on real teams and real equipment. So our institute is connected to the gas, and we're using like real medical equipment with real drugs and everything. So not only pretending to do so, and we are also using full-scale high-fidelity simulators, and sometimes we are also making use of patient actors, which is especially important when talking about telecare, because then you really need to have somebody to talk to, and it's more realistic to do so with face-to-face with somebody in person than with a simulator operated by a technician. And we've already seen it in the presentation before. A simulation training is always accompanied by special trainers or instructors, observing the whole scene, taking notes, and they have a background in either medicine or education, or in my case, I have a background in psychology and human factors engineering, and I've just finished the instructor course like 2 months ago to be able to be part of a simulation training and doing a debriefing, focusing on communication and interaction aspects. And what is usually done after a simulation training is a debriefing, where the whole group comes together and is able to see some more videos, gaining insights on what has been done correctly, or maybe could be improved next time, not only focusing on medical aspects, but also on team aspects such as communication, leadership, and so on. And this is what we also taught the students taking part at the LTDA in Munich. So you have heard it a couple of times before that we hosted the second event in March, where students from all over Europe participated. And we covered a broad range of topics. Some were similar to the topics presented in Novara, such as more like the soft skills, the non-technical skills, with the Power of Tower game. And you might recognize somebody here in this room who participated, and will talk about her experience just after this talk. And so this was one part, like the more non-technical skills, and then traditional lectures about how telemedicine is used in different European countries, what are the differences between them, how to communicate with patients with cancer, for example, and then giving an introduction to human factors and crew resource management, and yeah, what else, what you might have never heard of before during your studies, might be important when talking about telecare. And of course, as you see, the students were also involved in some more practical parts at the Human Simulation Center. On the top right corner, you see somebody wearing a HoloLens and simulating a conversation with a patient. In the middle, we were introducing the students to another Erasmus project we are currently leading, which is a course for midwifery students, and where we develop a course relying on mixed reality to improve the positioning of pregnant women. And what was also a part of a demonstration was the use of virtual and augmented reality in healthcare simulation, where we introduced the students to our project called Arctic Med, which is a German acronym for Augmented Reality Teleconsultation in Medicine, which was a research project funded by the German Federal Ministry for Education and Research, which was going on between 2018 and 2022. So when the pandemic hit the world, we were just able to extend the project a little more to the treatment of patients at an intensive care unit, seeing on the right-hand side. And the idea of the project was that a remote expert, seeing on the left-hand side, can be consulted by a local practitioner needing guidance, needing help with the treatment of a patient. And the interaction between these two was possible, yeah, of course, via voice, but also the expert has this pen where he can annotate stuff as the expert is wearing a virtual reality glass. They can enter the scene, the local scene, and really immerse into to the scenario that is going on. And what we have done for this research project is that we installed many cameras in the Human Simulation Center, not only in one clinical space to cover like different in-hospital settings, but also the ambulance was equipped with several cameras. You might be able to see them on the photo. And this is a colleague of us, a paramedic wearing a HoloLens, who is also doing telecare, who is asked to do sonography of the patient, and is led by this remote expert. So although this research project and the quality of the reconstruction, coming back to the study where we used the intensive care unit as a scenario, you see the reconstruction and the quality of the image is okay, but it needs to be improved a lot before it can actually be used for real consultation. It still leads the way or shows the direction of how extended reality can be used in telecare, and is another option to improve the quality of interaction and really the feeling of presence in the scenario. And I think the students who were in Munich liked the project, and was also important for us to, although telecare itself is quite a new topic, to show that there's such a broad range of interaction possibilities that there's really a need to further study this topic, and to further bring this topic into the curricula. And that's it already. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. Let me say that we were lucky to meet you, meet Mark, Selina, and involved in the partnership. Your simulation center is fantastic. It should be included in the touristic place to visit in Munich, but also simulation center here in Novara. I was completely ignorant about the existence of the simulation centers, and when I discovered the first time the Innova Center and then your simulation center, I noticed that they are completely different. You have a lot of things in common. For example, an attention and sensitivity to the briefing sections, the use of incredible mannequins, seems so real. Then the use of simulated patients. Okay, but for the rest, it's completely different, because for the Innova Center is focused also on chronic diseases scenario. On 2 floors, you can reproduce anything, a home, just like an hospital, old pensions, but also young people or newborns, and maybe you, with the use of virtual reality, and all these things that you use and improve, you are improving maybe for other kind of interventions. Yeah, emergency situation is also treated in SimNova, but maybe in the medical surgery, when you have to simulate some particular operation, difficult operation, and new forms also to connect people in distance, professionals and emergency situation and so on. So it explains also why you are so deeply connected with the Romanian partners and what you are developed in the emergency situation. So, but this is my position. Maybe it's better to listen to Giulia. She was a BeEmTel student. She's still a student. And so maybe she talks better than me of the impressions of this simulation center. Thank you, Giulia.
Hi everybody, I'm Giulia. I'm a medicine student from Novara, and it's a pleasure for me to report my experience as a BeEmTel learner. I'm sorry to show you maybe the third time this picture. We didn't agree with each other to put it in our presentation, but that's it. As you can see, the first part of the course was to follow an online course of about 100 hours, during which teachers explain different topics linked to non-communicable disease as chronic disease, management of emergency situation, and spiritual approach to the patients, known as new form of proximity. Yes, of course, there have been a lot of hours during in front of the screen, but for me, it's the occasion to learn new topics that otherwise I couldn't talk about during my university career, and also to deepen and face some other topics from different point of view. Next, the intensive week represents for me a way to put into practice what I've learned from the online course and to better focus on some critical aspect of the simulation, both real and virtual one. I already know a simulation center, the SimNova one, where my classmates and me were trained to basic life support procedures, blood samples, and other maneuvers, use mannequin, part of it, or other students as actors. I had the great occasion to take part in the intensive week in Munich. We were 5 students from Italy and the other from Greece, Croatia, Romania, and Germany. The simulation center is really well equipped, as Julia showed you in the previous presentation. And there are many kind of mannequins, and as you can see in vehicles like ambulance and helicopter, and rooms organized for the trainship. Moreover, many digital tools are available, and some of them still in development. All the lessons were in English, explained by teachers and students from the different countries. There were both theoretical and practical sessions about some of the topics that we already debated during the online course. Similar to what happened in Novara, the different topics were subdivided during the 5 days in the immersive week. I found particularly interesting the application of extended reality in teaching. To be more precise, extended reality can be considered as an umbrella term for the various technology that enable people to enter immersive worlds. To be more exact, augmented reality refers to the superimposition of digital object on the real world environment to add detail and to enhance learning experience. The mixed reality blends physical and digital worlds. So the interactive digital objects are superimposed on the real world using both virtual reality and augmented reality. Finally, the virtual reality refers to a fully digital rendered environment that may or may not replicate the real world. As you can see, this is an example of augmented reality. Using the goggles, we can face with the holo patients. All the holo patients are linked to a specific clinical condition. They are designed to increase the diagnostic skills of the students, both learning to look to the patient and learning to think of what are the remarkable signs of the patients. The case was tailored on 3 different levels of gravity so that the students could understand which could be the evolution of the pathologies and learn which are the main signs and symptoms to recognize and to have to deal with. Another thing we've practiced on is the patient-doctor relationship, particularly the moment of reporting bad news. A situation with, which should be follow the spike flow chart. S for setting, so setting up the environment. It should be better a face-to-face situation with in a quiet place with a lot of light. Try to avoiding any kind of interruption during the discussion. So the perception, so how much the patients know about his states, about his illness, and ask and tell. So assess the gap between what the patient knows and the diagnosis. Perception, so, invitation, so understand if the patient wants to know about his illness and how deep about his illness. Knowledge, so set the discussion at the patient level, both using the language that can be understandable for the patients, and make short sentences, direct to the point. Always check that the patient is understanding. Emotion, so response to the patient emotion empathically. And summary, so give to the patient a brochure or documents and any kind of other strategies for the follow-up. I can confirm that this kind of simulation wasn't easy, even if it was a simulation and even if I had in front of me people that I know. In the previous presentation has been shown the importance of debriefing during simulation, but another thing that I've learned the importance of is the planning of a simulation for the great result. As you can see in the photo on your left, this is an emergency, a simulation in an emergency setting. And it is very important to plan the simulation. It's something that it drastically impacts on the success. If the trainers, for example, don't plan and don't consider all the possible evolution of the simulation, and consequently don't be ready to guide the simulation, the student couldn't learn from it and couldn't deal with the problem. I can confirm that it will be a great fail for the simulation. Lastly, this is maybe the activity that I found more impressive, considering its possible implication in training the ArtMed project. As you can see, there are 2 rooms and 2 operators. From one side, the surgeon that is effectively making the operation, and on the other side, another surgeon or another doctor that can follow all the procedure on remote, and also suggesting and showing which could be the best way to do the procedures. It's really incredible to do it, yes. This is a photo at the end of the of our entire group at the end of the teamwork activity. We were really proud of our building. Yes, it wasn't easy because at any time we have to change our leader because at any time the better view of the builder change. So it's really interesting to do it together. And I agree, this was the first time for me to get into contact with the world of telemedicine, and unfortunately, but I hope that that our university will find a way to implement the use of telemedicine during our university course. Not only to improve our skills, so maybe it could be used as a way to prepare students during the lesson before send them in the hospital, for example, but also to show to students the possible implication in medical practice. I agree that we need to find a balance between the e-learning and real lessons, of course, but I think that we could do it. I hope that this kind of learning could be also a way to keep us into contact, keep our university into contact, and also to make relationship between students distance from one each other, real distance, but together from the computer use. Yes, of course. So thank you again for your attention and to give me the possibility to take part of this incredible project.
Professor della Corte, yeah, please.
I would like to give you some historical explanation of what simulation is. I'm sure that Christian will remember the little N. The little N. It was the first mannequin that was invented, and this was specific set put in a setting that is emergency medicine. Emergency medicine was the starter of simulation. And in all the world, maybe that emergency is more important for training, and even easier for students and the institution to work with. These are the basic things that are always in the world developed. But simulation is not only emergency medicine. So emergency medicine is a part of medicine, but there are a lot of other specialties that need education with simulation. That could be any kind of simulation. It could be, my personal, as the director of Sinova, is that I have no problems to get the specialists in emergency medicine and in anesthesia and reanimation. But it's very hard for me to find out some other teachers joining to other specialties to work with us, and not only medical specialists, but even other. I'm looking to you, but I think that simulation could be added also to education of other transdisciplinary interested to join us. So I think that simulation is exploding, especially in these last years. It's moderated by the fact that technology is improving a lot. But are we sure that the increase in technology will bring to a better preparation? For example, there are different directions that could be taken into consideration. Personally, I am much more in favor of the use of wearables, for example. Wearables means to be equipped by a shirt where you put some point where you can get the physiologic and pathologic data, And this, in my opinion, this is something that we have to go to, rather than to get the most advanced tools furnished by, given by technologies. This is my personal point of view. And it depends on which kind of education you have to do in your university. So it's just to give you an information to the fact that any kind of different simulation center will have for sure emergency, but the spread of this different way of education and training will be running in the future. I don't know what you think about that.
Well, you know my opinion very well, but I will share it with everybody here. Of course, that simulation now, it's a very useful educational tool that can be used in any specialty. It only has to be adapted, and you mentioned the little Annie, the very first mannequins, simple mannequins that we used 25 years ago. And now we are looking at all these super hyper computerized AI type mannequins that they try to actually replace human beings in a way. And yeah, I totally agree with you when you say that it depends what exactly you want to teach. Because of course all these mannequins, simple or very complex, are extremely useful, and simulation as a technique, educational technique, is fantastic. But in my opinion, it will never replace the real patient. Because yes, you may teach skills, you may teach attitudes, you may teach all these kind of things using simulation centers, mannequins, and technology, but communication, empathy, and what means direct communication between doctor or specialist and patient or client, depending on the field we are referring to, cannot be replaced, at least today, by technology. Maybe in the future. Speaking about this, last year, if I remember well, I had a very interesting session during a congress in Romania with Mark Lazarovic. It was a debate between the two of us, speaking about artificial intelligence in anesthesia, intensive care, and emergency medicine. It was a pro-contra, discussion on this. And of course, I was the pro, he was my enemy, and at the end, of course, the conclusion of this discussion was that they should go together and interact. I mean, artificial intelligence, technology, simulation, mannequins, everything, they have their role, for sure. But in the same time, direct contact with like human beings and patients and so on, it's mandatory. Otherwise, we will just find ourselves somewhere, deep into something that we cannot control, at least today, again. Who knows in the future? But today, this is my opinion. You asked about my opinion, so thank you very much.
But also thanks to Giulia's words and the close connection in this project between the Simulation Center in Munich and the Simulation Center here in Novara. Do you think, Francesco and Nadine, Giulia, that maybe your simulation center can teach and can learn something from the experience of Simnova and vice versa? Maybe you can use some particular instruments or directions that are developed in the simulation center. Because maybe here also in the nursing department in Croatia, you use a simulation lab, but are completely different. Maybe, Christian, you were talking about simulation is important, but depends on what you want to teach. But right. Since you are using a simulation center, can you learn each other thanks to our project and after the BeEmTel toolkit to learn and to take something from your experience, Innova experience, Croatian experience, and Munich experience, and create something new in your simulation centers?
The answer is absolutely yes. So we already started to do that. So it was within the project for sure, but actually we started way before the project. And if you remember well, Emiliano, when we had the very first meeting, Mark and myself, we jumped in online. So we couldn't be physically present, if you remember well. And we were working in our simulation center in Romania, developing the augmented reality solution. And now, speaking about collaboration and using different tools from different resources, let's say, or sources. For instance, Mark is using the augmented reality solution that we have in our university in München. And not only in München, but we did it together all over in all these like centers that we gave lectures on augmented reality, let's say, technology together. Or separate, doesn't matter. It's just that we can use, and I think it's one of the main goals of such projects, to share experience, to steal things, you know, yeah, and to use it for educational purposes. So that is exactly what this kind of projects means, I think. So, or maybe the main goal of such projects, to know people, to get a nice networking, to get nice resources that all of us together can use in the future for educational purposes. So, of course, that's why I said my answer is yes, absolutely yes. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Yes, there is no chance to make something different. We are collaborating since 2002 when we started the project, the Leonardo da Vinci project, and the result was a creation of a new way to to teach emergencies in Europe, because there was a large number of people working with us. And the best reason is that I like very much what they are doing. I hope that they had the same perception working with us. So it's totally agree with him that transversality, you know, could be the best way to go. You know, I plan now that I am retired, I have more and more time, and I will go by him. And I also I told to Mark that I would like to visit it. I couldn't do that in the second meeting that we had for personal reason, that I was still in the hospital, you know, I had no time to go. But anyway, I will do that, I promised, because you came by us at least more times than I do with yours. So congratulations for your work, and I hope to participate in some of the activities that you will do. And the project is interesting also for us, for that.
Okay. Thank you, Julia, for your talk. And now, my pleasure is to invite Professor Evangelos Fradelos. Thank you for the discussions. And our rock in the project from University of Thessaly in Larissa. Evangelos and Joanna did an important initial help for the project. Please.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to congratulate the Italian group for this event today and tell you that I'm very, very happy to be here today among esteemed colleagues. And after 3 years, let me say, and dear friends. Yeah. Okay. It was an honor, a privilege for us to work together for the past 3 years, and it was a pleasant experience. So, the topic of my speech today is the profile of the expert in the remote assistance and what the BeEmTel project offered to this. And I will begin by telling some things about the landscape of remote assistance or remote care, various terms to be used in this field, what is happening now more or less in Europe, and what BeEmTel offered to the construction of the professional profile of those healthcare professionals. So, telecare uses the digital technologies such as video calls, remote monitoring to manage patients' health remotely, especially for those with chronic diseases in the management and supporting care's ongoing needs without regular in-person visits. And why chronic disease is important because require consistent monitoring and support, and those remote solutions can help alleviate the healthcare burden to ensure continuous care for the patients. Now, telecare allows patients, particularly in rural, remote areas and unserved areas, to access healthcare easily, reduce the need for hospital visits, and saving time and resources for hospital personnel and budget. It also helps patients to actively manage their health with regular monitoring, increase adherence to treatment, and self-management strategies. Also offers data-driven insights and help healthcare providers to adjust the treatment quickly. The current status in telecare in European Union varies from place to place and from country to country. We have some good examples, but in Sweden, Denmark, and Netherlands, but are not only limited to those countries. And European Union policies support telecare through funding and digital infrastructure improvements. Although the field of telecare has to face some challenges, such as technology access disparity, and especially in remote areas, while there is variation in telemedicine regulations across European countries. So, European Commission Health Digital Market aims to standardize telecare across the member states. Taking this into account, the BeEmTel project was merged. It is a European-founded project that aims to enhance the remote healthcare services, especially for those with chronic diseases. Our role in the project was to identify the key competencies that future healthcare providers must obtain, define the necessary skills and knowledge that healthcare professionals need to effectively manage chronic diseases through telecare. We did that by literature search, by organizing focus group and a Delphi study. The BeEmTel Alliance gathered all this data to shape the professional profile of healthcare providers in remote care. It was a time-consuming effort that lasted almost 8 months. In the first step, we conducted a literature review. Afterwards, a Delphi study, and finally, the focus group. It was mentioned a little bit earlier during the presentation of the digital toolkit. In the first step, we conducted a systematic review. We searched for studies in PubMed, Scopus, and Cochrane. It was a multi-layer because we searched also for educational and healthcare perspectives. Also, we aim to see what patients really need in the field of remote care, and what competencies are existing according to previous systematic reviews. We combine various terms, search terms like telemedicine, telecare, chronic disease management, skills, nursing skills. We search for publication published from 2011 to 2021. It included observational studies, systematic reviews, and meta-analysis. We assess those studies using quality criteria such as AXIS and CASP checklist, and we included 54 studies, and from those 54 studies, we reached to a total of 35 core competencies for chronic disease management through telecare and telemedicine, included but not limited to technical skills, communication skills, critical thinking skills. And we launched the eDelphi study with this basis, these 45 competencies. In the first round, 4 of them removed from the experts, and 33 were suggested. After taking into account all the comments from the experts, we launched the second round of the Delphi study with 53 competencies, and it was resulted finally in 37 with a high percentage of agreement. To this point, I would like to stress that it was a strong panel of experts, 26 in number, including academics, clinicians, people from regulatory bodies from 5 countries: Romania, Croatia, Germany, Greece, and Italy. And for the final step of our project, for our work package, was to conduct a focus group. We conducted a focus group with students from Italy and Greece. It was a multidisciplinary group of students, including medicine, psychology, nursing, both from Italy and Greece. And they highlighted the importance of practical training, including patient engagement and education, cultural sensitivity in remote care, and integration of technical and interpersonal skills. It provided this focus group provided actionable insights for curriculum development and reinforced the need for team-based training and multidisciplinary approaches. So, taking all this into account, and we can say that experts in remote care or assistance must have these 6 main domains of skills. They must have clinical knowledge skills, technological skills, critical thinking and decision-making skills, communication and empathy in remote assistance skills, ethical and professional standards, and teamwork and collaboration. And let's see some examples for these skills. Regarding clinical knowledge, the competencies that a healthcare provider in remote care must have is to observation skills, to be able to observe via telecare technology, such as monitoring vital signs remotely, applying specialized knowledge of chronic diseases, such as hypertension and diabetes, and conducting a thorough physical assessment without face-to-face interaction, using telemonitoring for hypertension and diabetes, for example, management to track patients' progress and adjust treatment if necessary. Or they must be able to interpret patients' data from telemedicine platforms. The other set is the technological expertise that are required, such as basic information communication technology skills. They must be proficient in using internet, personal computers, and telemedicine softwares, handling the equipment to ensure functionality and troubleshooting in case of a technical problem. They have to be able to have knowledge on electronic healthcare records using data from telemedicine sessions, and those professionals must need usually to troubleshoot issues such as connectivity, but also they must have the ability to train the patients how to use these devices and this software, and how to manage various problems that could emerge via a session. But also they must be aware how to teach, because sometimes elderly patients or chronic or patients with chronic disease have a low digital literacy, and how to enhance their digital literacy. Other skills that is critical thinking and decision-making skills, shared decision-making skills. They must be able to make for decision-making through telecare based on shared clinical knowledge and patient's data, evaluating urgency health condition using telecare devices and knowing when to escalate care and when to refer to in-person visit. The remote decision-making can involve determining when a patient requires urgent in-person care based on telemonitoring, and using telecare data to prioritize care in patients with multiple conditions. One important aspect of the professional profile is the communication and empathy that can be exhibited in remote care. Building relationships remotely, it's very, very important. And communication towards this direction has to do with communication. So an expert should be able to effective verbal and non-verbal communication during these remote consultations, during video conference with sessions, and to exhibit empathy and emotional support despite the remote setting. During those consultations, experts must interpret in non-verbal cues such as facial expressions and the tone of the voice to assess emotional state of the patients. And empathy is shown by acknowledging patient concern and providing reassurance, which is crucial in managing patients with chronic conditions. An important aspect also is the ethical and professional standards that applies also in remote assistance. So experts must be aware of ethical issues in telecare, data protection, patient confidentiality, and informed consent, and able to exhibit professionalism in remote environments, including appearance, communication, and maintain a professional standard during virtual consultations. Experts here must ensure the compliance with data protection regulation that is different in various countries, and teleconsultations require maintaining a professional demeanor, such as ensuring proper lighting, minimizing background distractions, and wearing the appropriate attire during the virtual session. Finally, the last aspect of an expert in remote care, it is teamwork and collaboration, working within a multidisciplinary team. I think we've done a lot towards to this direction also in this project. Collaboration with healthcare teams remotely, including doctors, nurses, but also caregivers, informal caregivers. Training and supporting patients for their caregivers in using telemedicine technologies, ensuring communication between general practitioners, nurses, and specialists to deliver a holistic care through telemedicine. And telemedicine and telecare experts must also educate caregivers to support patients' health self-management and engagement to the whole care process. Before I finish with my presentation, I have to stretch two issues. One is the challenges and the barriers that were identified. It is the technological limitations, such as interconnectivity, the lack of access to adequate devices, and data security and privacy concerns in telemedicine platforms, and the need for continuous professional development to keep up with technology in telecare and telemedicine. These are some barriers that each expert in remote care must overcome. And some future directions for us is to expand the integration of telemedicine and telecare in the chronic disease management frameworks, and it was said earlier to develop more comprehensive training programs for healthcare professionals to ensure up-to-date competencies. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to discuss with you and with Evangelos about a key competence that you mentioned. And I would like also to emphasize, underline your particular contribution inside the platform and our e-course. The third part, the third big topic, new proximity with the patients, and your video lectures about empathy and the relations between physicians, nursing, and patients. When we have a distance relation, just like in the practice of telemedicine and telenursing cease, because when you have to control monitoring and also stay with your patient at distance, you underline your video lectures how many tricks, how many behaviors from the physicians and nursing they must adopt for the caregivers and also for the patients. Also on a particular spiritual point of view, and you are very interesting in this field, because this key competence about empathy was underlined by professionals when we realized the Delphi study. Mm-hmm. So this is a particular sensitivity from the professionals. How can be with my patient when the visit is in a distance form? So can you start?
I think empathy is a great challenge both in person and in remote care. As Christian earlier said, that we can teach everything. But it is difficult to teach in simulation good communication skills and empathy. Besides that, I think the main point is to be aware during the video conference, the remote consultation, to be there, to be present. I think this is very, very important, and is the initiation of empathy. To be real present at this moment and try to find something to connect with the patient that is suffering. Not use standard phrases like, yes, I understand what is happening, yes, I've been almost there, or I have faced something similar, but it is something that we must search deep inside us in order to connect with the patient.
And you see that the patients with these wearable devices or clocks or other technological instruments, they feel, I don't know, more relaxed or no, or maybe they...
At some point, because serious health conditions, can stress a lot the patients. So if they know that they are being monitoring for the health, I think it is alleviate a little bit of their suffering. They feel a little bit more secure and ensured for their safety. Okay. It is difficult, but I think at the end of the day, they feel more secure wearing these devices and knowing that someone monitors their condition.
Okay. And this is connected with empathy, so. Thank you, Engels. If there are any suggestions or... Manuela, I know that you know a lot of things in this. Wait for the microphone for the YouTube.
Okay, I was saying that if I'm talking now, then I will spoil my presentation of the
Okay,
afternoon.
okay.
So I prefer to do comment on the afternoon.
We're waiting for you.
Okay.
We're waiting for your talk.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe we have finished in time, maybe before what we expected. So if there are no other concerns or questions, we can go to lunch with calm, fortunately. And see you later.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniele Vignoli. I'm professor of demography at the University of Florence, and this presentation focuses on the demography of aging in Italy. I would like to thank you very much for the invitation, and it is really a pity I cannot be there with you to share in person these ideas about the demography of aging, but in case, feel free to email me, and I'm sure we will be in contact after this event. In this presentation, I really would like to offer you a different perspective on the population of aging from the one that is often presented in the media, and also, we have to admit ourselves, in the academia, one that instead focuses on positive demography. My starting point is that population aging is primarily a testament of our success in extending life expectancy and managing reproductive planning. The combination of low mortality, the so-called aging from the top of the population pyramid, and low fertility, the so-called aging from the bottom of the population pyramid, eventually results in smaller and older populations. The process is slow, true, but since it started long ago, the age profile of many populations, especially in high-income countries, is already far from that of a pyramid and looks like something else. Evokes other objects. For instance, what does it look like? of transforming the activities of the whole AGIT research program into policy suggestions. Young on and strongly
Che qui non c'è il mouse.
Sì, sì, è ok, è andato.
Ok. Thank you, Professor Aimaretti and Dr. Emiliano Loria, and for having involved us as a study UPO Telemedicine and Digital Health Study Center in this project, and also today for this meeting. Why this university wanted to have a telemedicine study center, an academic telemedicine study center. So we have to understand what happened in these years. Dramatic, rapid evolution of research in telemedicine in the last 5 years. Recently, an assessment of newer telemedicine guidelines in Italy. Recent progressive landing in the clinical setting of a regional national telemedicine pathway of European and so-called the PNRR in Italy funding for a better domiciliary and territorial care. And necessity of monitoring and measurement of telemedicine efficacy in responding to health needs, and the overwhelming necessity of training and empowerment of the patient and also the professionals. So in the right, we have some fantascientific announcement in 1924 that once upon a time we were in the future we could have in that period they hypothesized that it could be a radio doctor or a distant doctor doing some kind of telemedicine. And this kind of things happened after there was happening and happened much more in the following years. From that part, from starting point, that is not a real starting point of telemedicine, because we can also retrocess the real date time to last part of the 1800, and from there now we are facing a huge increase in publication of research in e-health, and also a number of journals dedicated to that. And so this is really a very huge mass of data, of clinical experimentation, of research, of publications that are on this field. And if we see the evolution of telemedicine in various categories of e-health service available, we are now facing telemedicine is a very big is comprehending a lot of technique, or a lot of applications, like health recording of data. We can now think about our health fasciculus, electronic health fasciculus, that now in these years Italy went to enforce and to give really to patients and also to doctors. And then the clinical decision support tools, so other kind of things are web-based technologies and service, virtual healthcare, medical research support technologies, medical management service, medical imaging, and telemedicine, telecare, and mobile health. So there is a lot of things that can be addressed, but the real leitmotif is that academic studies and also teaching cannot stay away from these topics. And also for the recently approved guidelines in telemedicine 2020, 2021, 2022, arriving from valuing and letting to be coded and also reimbursed the activity of telemedicine in the health system, and going to telerehabilitation. But also the landing of the funding from Europe for telemedicine that in Italy amount for 1 miliardo e 500, so 1 billion and 5,000 directly for telemedicine application. Which kind? So a national platform of telemedicine, and then services of telemedicine. To do what? To arrive at the home with in the house, where the patient is. The home is the site of cure, so where the patient is diagnosed or cured eventually, and also for territorial proximity structures. What is very interesting that there is a huge need of understanding how to measure what we do, and also the outcomes on what we do. Going to understand and to apply what we already know from medicine, like clinical evidence, can be transferred to this application of telemedicine, and specifically, so which are the principal indicators of outcome of process, and also to understand the economics and how much this can change in positive or in negative the from the economic point of view. That is very important for the decisors and who write the laws in this field. And also training and empowerment is very interesting and important because patients and caregivers needs to be trained. Health practitioners have to be trained. Health local institutions who organize locally the health system has to be trained people to carry along these kind of things. And speaking on this, there is also another very important item that can be addressed, that has to be addressed. There is a gap for people with disabilities in Italy, and there is a lot of people having, as in the rest of the world, disabilities, for severe kind, or maybe neurological kind, or motor kind, or blindness, or many other. And you need telemedicine to have a digital divide is the same for having a health divide. And there are studies, or population studies, addressing that in the United States, people with disability has fewer gross income monthly from loss of work or other kind of reasons, and has more difficult to arrive to have tools to follow telemedicine, to be followed by telemedicine. And also this now is changing because the market is understanding that if I can produce something more suited for disabled people, I can arrive to a much more part of the population. What is good for a disabled people is surely good for a lot of elderly people are going to be higher in numbers in the next years due to the presence of much more elder people in the population progressively. So the accessibility is a very important item. Population study, empowerment are very important arguments. Also, WHO and ITU wrote recently the global standard of accessibility of telehealth service. All of these are a lot of things that are changing and also change our way to see and to understand the medicine, the application of medicine, telemedicine. And so this is one of the very important fields that have to be studied, and also with a scientific support is very important to carry along. So this university and the dean and the rector of the university thought that was important to have a study center comprehending a lot of all the eventual items that that are around the world of the telemedicine. So from ethical, social, law, health, clinical, technological point of view. And all the departments, almost all of the departments of the university enrolled in this study center, and this is the board director, and this is the scientific committee. And what does this study center? The main lines are training and so high studies and formation, support to research, the technological transfers, and also in the health system. And so also enrolling the item of IE and working with a center or study center dedicated to IE that already is in the university. And so understanding how these tools can help people working on the health system. And also to grant to facilitate the access to the health system from different rural or remote point of presence of the people. And this is already works together with the lines of the Atheneum action lines, and also in the other main line of activity is to working together with the other institutional entities working on this item. And this is why we asked and received the possibility to get aligned to and to stay with the regional institution called Azienda Zero, that is like a main agency doing and coordinating the local health hospital agencies in this region. And this study center is so actually linked to what is happening in the Piedmont region on the health system. So to support in research, also who organize only the health system, to support in training patients, caregivers, and health professionals in telemedicine, in support in working on the third mission or on the finality of the center, and also support in information technology and rules and ethical and normative lines of telemedicine. This by means of diary directed from Dr. Macconi. And actually, this recent year, we began 1 year ago. In the left, we can see which was what I previously said. So research, guidelines, PNRR, and so funding from Europe for telemedicine, assessment of efficacy, and responding to health needs, and training and empowerment. And based on this, we worked on this item, and this year we supported the project for project from DISUM department for reduce inequalities in access to services. And we participated to Professor Aimaretti project BeEmTel in scientific support and teaching by means of. And also we got to get a synergy with who works with elder people, disabled people, and works to learn how to handle these new tools, this cittadinanza attiva. And then also we are working together with the university and Professor Dalmolin and the IMET, and also Professor Maretti, and also all the other departments, on a master in telemedicine that will come out in 2025. And we are working and to give lessons, to give teaching in a course of high formation in middle management in the healthcare system, a regional course wanted by the national PNRR funding. And also we are working on some items, technical items, like teleradiology inside the Azienda Zero institution. And actually we are working to work to also give some measurement of outcomes in a new facing regional project about stroke imaging sharing by means of telemedicine, and also in artificial intelligence that already acquired from the region, that has actually been landing on the single hospitals. And there's a very huge project that needs to be supported scientifically. Also participation to calls and for funding that we participate recently to telerehabilitation on stroke, and so on. So this is the activity actually of the lines of activity in this year. Facing the next year, working more on the masters, Master of Telemedicine, and also enrolling in organizing the first convention, multi-department convention on telemedicine. The setting actually that we are facing in a modern healthcare system, you can see is a lot of things we can address and we have to follow. Domiciliary setting, the emergency room setting, the family doctors, the rehabilitation setting, the oncology setting, the radiology setting, that is very important, radiology, not because I am a radiologist, but because the first digitalized specialty in medicine. And after hospital admission setting, all of these settings can benefit of a good application of telemedicine projects, but it's important to understand what to do, when to do, and who have to do that, because in Italy we don't have telemedicine departments in our system. And this is very problematic item, because in France, for example, there are some departments called the Health Chief of Telemedicine or other kind of organization well designed inside their hospital. But if we don't understand that in the health system in Italy, we have to say who is doing that. Cannot be only engineers that can project, that organize, can choose the proper technology, etc. But we have to understand who will do telemedicine. No, cannot be someone in the sparing time of his very busy work in present days in the hospital. This is very important. So I think that the next step could be convincing decisors, governments, that in the health system has to be created this kind of activity as an autonomous activity. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, Gianluca, many thanks. Professor Stecca, I would like to remember and underline your contribution to our e-course with a video lecture focused on teleradiology. And in your talk, I would like to emphasize this aspect that in telemedicine, digital divide means health device. And in this regard, one of the points that I've seen before about the activities of UPO-Telemed is to teaching caregivers and patients to use software applications and devices. This is very important, and UPO, I see that is doing a lot on this field, also with the project, the Aging Project, and by using SimNova as a simulation center, because here in this university, I think that we have the possibilities, concrete possibilities to teach, to go toward the population, Novara population, also caregivers and patients, to teach something that can be very useful. Also in the future of the citizens, maybe in my case, I don't know, it's important for every one of us to teach this. And we in this university, we have the possibility to do so. Many thanks to UPO-Telemed and this important initiative. So I'd like to go on.
We have one question about the master. Could you give us some brief idea about what is the purpose, who are the person who would be interested in the master in the future? What kind of professional person may
Thank you
participate?
for the question. The master will be oriented toward the person working on the administration and also healthcare professional in the health institution of the regional health system, but will be open also from other eventual regions, because what we noticed is that there are not this kind of masters so in Italy, and so the target is who will go to organize the future telemedicine projects, activity, and this kind of person, this kind of professionals. So from administrative part, from the CSOR part, or also from professional healthcare in the can be also nurses or doctors, everybody, but working inside the system. So this is the main target of, because the first things to do when we will have a lot of tools, but we have to know how to use them, and so it's very important to do training and empowerment of a professional before, and then will be very important to do what also Loria suggested, that they work on citizens, on groups, on kind of targets, groups for training. This is not actually involved in the master. Master is for professional for who works in the health system, but will be very important in the future work also on that line for the patients, elder people, understanding how to use. Thank you for the question.
Okay, many thanks, Professor Stecco. We can go on with the next station. So I invite kindly Dottoressa Manuela Bocchino, and also Christian, if you want to be here. With Gianluca will be the chair. Professor Domenico Damario is coming. Okay, later, Manuela Bocchino and Christian Boerio. Okay, Manuela Bocchino comes from Rome, from the National Institute of Health. So, please, Manuela.
Okay, thank you. Welcome again to everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. Probably I'm not going to say nothing new, because all things have just been said during all this day. So I want just to share some ideas, some suggestions that I think are very important about new skills focusing on non-communicable diseases. First of all, we know that non-communicable diseases are responsible for high mortality in people over 65 years old, and above all are responsible for a reduction in their functional capacity. So our need is to improve this kind of care, and so the negative impact that this fact can have on people, on caregivers, their families, and our society. We have a solution. The solution is, or a leader solution, that is what we are talking about in these 2 days. So the centralization of medical care at a territorial level, using digital medicine. Briefly, what telemedicine can do in non-communicable diseases. I think that the most important point is the last, what I wrote in the bottom of the slide. The goal is to intercept early stages of reacutization, of deterioration of their diseases. So we can intervene when the patient is still asymptomatic, and we can reduce hospitalization. We can do this through early detections of signs of instability, through the detection of poor adherence, for example, to therapy, that is typical of chronic patients. Another important point for these diseases is the multidisciplinary comparison, what is called the second opinion, and it is also main importance about these patients. Some examples on what we can do with telemedicine. Here we have a famous actor. This is a part of simulation that we put also in the digital toolkit. Aspetta. Okay, see, okay. Here you can see a televisit, so a cardiologist that is making a televisit, avanti da solo, making a televisit with a patient. So in chronic patient, we can use televisit for the follow-up, for prescription of therapies, for vision of instrumental examination that the patient performed before. Then we have another kind of service that is teleconsultation. As I said before, the second opinion. Let's think, for example, in those patients that live in a reality in which we have not all specialties. And so it is very important for doctors to see through video conference, for example, to talk about the patients, to take decision about these patients. I think, for example, on rare diseases that come from different place, different experience. Another example of using telemedicine is telemonitoring and telecontrol. Some example in cardiological fields. We can use implantable devices. As you know, we can use wearable devices to detect, to monitor, and through generation of threshold of alarms, the doctor can give adequate responses to the patients. Other example of telemonitoring, for example, in diabetes, we have glucometers, continuous glucometers. In this way, we can control the glycemic level. We can control also insulin injections, for example. Other forms of telemedicine, other service is teleassistance. We heard about it all these days, so I'm not going to say other things about it. An example is for chronic pulmonary diseases. In this field, it is very important also telerehabilitation, for example. It is important telecare and teleassistance for identifying, for example, in these patients, secretion, types of codes, and so on. It is very, very important for the patient to be followed in this way. So let's go to the new skills that are necessary for this field. First of all, who and to whom we have to make training. This is my obsession. I think that you will have understood now. I also talked about it yesterday in the afternoon. I think that the message is a basic training for all. I don't think that I, as a doctor, can become expert about all these things. Okay, I'm not able to be an engineer through a training of 3 months, and vice versa. This is also for an engineer. He cannot understand all that I studied in many years, or for a nurse, or for other professional figures. So it is essential to have a basic training, and in this way we can dialogue, we can collaborate each other. So multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity, I wrote in this slide. So who can make training and who can be the destination of this training? Researchers, policymakers, also as Professor Stecco said before, also administrative personnel, doctors, all the other professional figures, so nurses, technicians, engineers, statisticians, and then also, obviously, students and citizens. Which skills? This is a brief summary of what is the result of the first stages of our project, of our BeEmTel project. We have the necessity of having general skills, technological skills, and clinical skills. I want to focus on two of all these skills that I think are fundamental. The first is about a general skill, and is organization and coordination of the team and the new pathways. This is a skill that is fundamental, according to which I said before, and that interests all these figures that we are talking about. This is an example of a pathway taken from this paper of 2020 about diabetes patients. So you can say that the pathway is very long, because when we take care of a patient, we have to assess its characteristics. Then we have to choose his treatment. We have to plan a pathway. Then we have to agree with the patient. We have to implement this pathway. We have to monitor it, and then probably to remake the pathway. So it is very complex. So the focus is this. It is not possible that model, the doctor does it all model. It is necessary that all figures collaborate each other, because in telemedicine it is fundamental to plan the activity, to personalize the pathway for each patient. We have to decide, as it was said before, who does what. It is fundamental, and we need also rules of engagement. Rules must be clear for the clinicians, but also for the patient. The other focus, also Evangelos taught before about this, is communication. So empathy and support. This is a skill probably typical for all healthcare personnel, and so citizens and students, obviously. It is important because if we, I will focus on an aspect of this before Evangelos talk about it, and so I want to focus only on this aspect. It is fundamental, the information that we give to the patients, because if we give to the patients good information, probably the patient will perceive the improvement of his quality of life, so he will be more adherent, and probably we will have also less risks. And this is very, very important. I think the information is fundamental. In this period, we have a sort of rejection, according to some patients, for technology, for the using of these devices. So if we inform in a correct manner the patients, probably it will be more simple to treat the patient and to have his collaboration. Finally, how we can teach and when. I think that there are two periods in which we have to teach. The first, obviously, is basic training, so students. And this is what we have done with this project, with the BeEmTel project. In Italy, for example, we have some universities that are beginning to perform some courses. These are two examples, but probably there are many other examples. One is that of the University of Calabria, and another one is that of the University of Rome La Sapienza, in which we have two pathways for digital medicine, especially. But I think that there is another important period, another important training, that is what I call targeted training. What I mean with this targeted training. Training to healthcare personnel that is just working. Doctors, nurses, technicians, and so on. It is very important because this is, according to me, a different training, because this training must be built on the territory, so on the needs of that territory, on the needs of that patients, on the needs of that personnel, healthcare personnel, sorry. These are two examples of training, of targeted training that we have just performed in Italy. This first one is a course on e-health and telemedicine and televisit particularly, that we performed at the beginning of our pathway of telemedicine in a Rome hospital. that is called Grassi Hospital. When we started with telemedicine services and above all with televisit, we performed this course in general, directed to all healthcare personnel, so nurses, technicians, and doctors all together, about the basic principles of e-health and telemedicine. And this is another example that we performed in Sardinia region, in the city of Nuoro. This is a particular course because it lasted 3 days. Participants were 20 people, just working in a newborn telemedicine services. So not only doctors, technicians and nurses, but also administrative personnel. And this course, lasting 3 days, was built on the basis of their needs. This is a particular experience because, as I was saying before to Christian, they bought their technologies and now they survive, I can say this in this way, they survive because they rebuy their technologies with saving of the reduction of rehospitalization. And this is a very important project. This is my last slide. I thank you, and I take the opportunity to present to you this event. This is an event that is going to take on the Italian National Institute of Health on the 28th of November. Oops. Okay, it is specifically on telecardiology. In this day, we will present the BeEmTel project, so also this great project, but we will present also a survey that we conducted on telecardiology in Italy, and we are going also to present a series of experiences in telecardiology that have just been built in Italy. So thank you so much.
Let me ask a clarification.
Yes.
You talk about the refusing of some patients about technology, but you agree with me that the adherence of therapy, the adherence of therapies for the patients is the problem that you as doctor have with the care of patients.
Yes.
And so technologies can help you as physicians to the adherence of patients because you can monitoring the situations and so on.
Yes. These are two faces of the same money.
Coin.
It's correct, coin. Because surely as a doctor, as a nurse, as a technician, I can help in adherence of therapy, the patient. But first of this comes the good information. I'm going to make an example. For example, in the telemonitoring of cardiac implantable devices, pacemaker, defibrillators, and so on, the patient feels more followed, as also Evangelos said before. But there is a little group of patients that can become critical. The question can be, okay, I've had an arrhythmia yesterday. Why did you not call me to tell that, okay, it is frequent, I think, also in your countries. So it is very important to talk to the patient in the correct manner. It is very important to tell the patient how and what are the rules of engagement. Because if it is clear, the patient feels protected and knows what you are going to do. But if you are not clear with the patient from the beginning, this could be dangerous because the patient will not adhere so much, and probably this can be at risk.
Okay, so correct communication
Yes.
for the first adherence to technologies.
And correct protocols. It is necessary to have protocols. For example, technicians have to know in which time he had to control the transmission. The doctors must know that he has 3 hours to give a response for an alert, and so on. It must be very clear, and it is fundamental, both for the adherence of the patient and both for the legal problem, because we have to say that for a doctor there is also a legal problem, and if rules are clear, so all healthcare personnel can work better, I think. I don't know if Christian agree, but I think so.
I will tell you how it is in Romania.
Okay.
Okay, I will tell you. Yeah.
Okay.
Manuela, I have one curiosity.
Yes.
So you spoke, and it's very clear about the level of acceptance coming from the patient side. But what about the acceptance of the technology coming from the medical staff? How is it?
I think it is the same. It is a great problem also for the medical staff. First, it is important to consider technology, we said before, a tool. Technology is a tool, so technology can help me to do something, but it is very important that doing something, I'm gonna faster, not, not as an elephant. So this is another great problem. Also in this case, I think that information and training can help, surely. Because if a doctor or a nurse or a technician has clear rules, why not? But we need clear rules, we need also protection for the legal problem. I think that it is a long pathway. Technology goes very, very fast. And I think that we must have the humility to put the right rules before using a technology only because it is great.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michela. So, Christian, if you want to go on the... It was an honor to meet you. For us, Hupo, I know that Francesco Della Corte met you before, but for me it has been very important, and I find our friendship rich for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emiliano. It was also a great opportunity for me and for us as a team from Romania to meet you all, and then to, as I said earlier, to have the chance to create this nice networking, you know, including all the partners in this project. And I'm sure that this partnership and the consortium we did together has a nice future.
Yeah.
Because we are, at least in Romania, we're absolutely open to any kind of new collaboration and participation to new projects. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this consortium. Now, I will talk about the telemedicine system that we've set up in Romania in the last 20 years, maybe not 20, maybe 15 years, related to the emergency medical care. So Manuela spoke about the non-communicable diseases and the role of telemedicine in general. And I will show you, I won't say a model, but a proposal, let's say, of structuring a telemedicine system that is clearly 100% tailored to the emergency system. And just as an idea, the telemedicine system in Romania is composed, let's say, of like 2 modules that interact to each other. The pre-hospital module and the inter-hospital module, meaning that most of the ambulances running in Romania, and I will explain you exactly the types of ambulances that we have, they have machines, monitors, defibrillators that have the possibility to transmit data to a certain telemedical hub. And I will explain you what does it mean, what in our perception this hub. And then there is an inter-hospital telemedicine system that links 4 telemedicine hospital hubs to a certain number of hospitals in the country that are allocated to these hubs. And for that, first of all, this is the map of Romania. And you see there are some regions there. In Romania, at this point, there are 4 telemedicine hubs working. One is right in the middle, where it's written Centru, which is center of Romania, and that is in my hometown, in Târgu Mureș. Then one is placed in the west of the country, in a place called Timișoara, which is a very large university center. Then another one in the east of Romania called Iași, and that is the main academic center from the eastern part of Romania. And then the 4th one is placed in the capital of Romania, which is Bucharest. Well, each hub has a certain number of hospitals that are linked through this telemedical system to these hubs. In total, there are about 100 hospitals that are inside this system, which today is not functional. So I will explain you why. First of all, so the project was funded by the World Bank. And that was in 2011 when we started this. I mean, it was fully functional at that time. For like 6 years, the Ministry of Health funded the system, meaning maintenance, exchange of devices, you know, all that kind of thing. It's not salaries because we didn't have dedicated, hired personnel working in this. I'm talking only about the technical infrastructure here. At a certain point, in 2017, if I remember well, a nice person from the Ministry of Health decided to stop the funding. Don't ask me why, because there was no reasonable answer to this question. It's just because. So the system functioned like 6, maybe 8 months more after the stopping of the funding. And then, of course, because we haven't had the money, you know, to buy new equipment and to change the equipment that was broken, slowly but surely, the system went down. And I'm talking here about the inter-hospital system. Okay, nowadays, the Ministry of Health, through another project funded by the World Bank, they already started to work on the technical part. They will replace the system which actually showed the role. So it was really very good, you know. And they will change the whole system with the new one and more modern one, you know, that will link 131 hospitals to 4 hubs. So we hope that sometimes around the middle of the next year, we will have the new system functional again. But let me go back to my first idea. So first of all, here you see the inter-hospital system when it used to work. So this is an image taken in the control room in my emergency department in Târgu Mureș. So I said that there were like 41 hospitals that were linked to this hub. And normally we could be in touch simultaneously with 4 hospitals. It never happened, you know, to have 4 transmissions from 4 different hospitals in the same time. No. But 2 or 3, yes. Meaning what? If they had critical patients in their emergency rooms, and I'm talking about small hospitals here, they could call us for help, asking for help, and advices and so on, you know. Now, that would have been the normal way to function or to make it function. Now, the reason why I ask you about the perception from the medical staff, you know, regarding the telemedicine system is because we had a very interesting experience in Romania, not general, but there were some places in Romania where doctors and nurses working in the emergency departments were not happy to have the telemedicine system installed in their rooms. Because they thought it's kind of a big brother. Why? Because the doctors working in the 4 hubs I was telling you about, they could get into, through the telemedicine system, they could get into their emergency services or emergency rooms, you know, whenever they wanted. We did that, you know, just as a tour to see if they have needs or they need help or so on. But they've considered that we are spying them, you know. So imagine that in some emergency departments, they even covered the cameras, you know, with textiles, with fabrics, so that we couldn't see what is going on there, you know. Now, of course, what I think, and I fully agree with you, it's about education, communication, and change of mentality. Because finally, this is the key, I think. Now, I'm very curious to see how is it going to work with the new system. Because the new system, it's a mobile one. So what I'm going to show you here, you will see it's a fixed one. But now the new system that we're going to implement in Romania, it's a mobile one, meaning that the telemedicine system will be installed on special trolleys so that the telemedicine system can be transported from a patient to another. So it will be much more flexible. So it's not that somebody can cover, let's say, the dome, you know, camera, you know, on the ceiling so that we cannot see what's going on there. We will see that. So here are some images from this system that we have. This is, for instance, these are the monitors from the pre-hospital system, meaning that, as I told you, all the ambulances, most of the ambulances we have that are run, let's say, by nurses. They have this telemedicine system installed. And this is actually the machine that we're using. It's a Corpus C3 defibrillator with the telemedicine system installed module installed in. And they are obliged by the law to transmit data to the hub, in which there is always an emergency physician, you know, watching and taking care of the system, you know. Now, the ambulances that, and the helicopters, on which we always have emergency physicians or anesthesiologists, they are not obliged to transmit data because they are there to do their jobs. So this is how it works. So in Romania, we have this, like, 3 levels, let's say. It's doctors on ambulances, not many. Then we have nurses, skilled nurses, and then we have paramedics, firefighters. The firefighters are skilled and they are trained in first aid. So it's first aid only, yeah? And they need to transmit this data. They are not allowed by the law to take any medical decision. They know how to do CPR. They know to do basic things, but they can act a little bit more under the supervision of the directing physician who is in the hub, you know, in the telemedicine hub. And this is what they transmit. EKG, 12 leads, monitoring, cardiac monitoring, pulse oximetry, respiratory rate, heart rate, blood pressure. So all these kind of data are transmitted through this system. Like here, it's a much more clear image of this. EKG, as I said, this is the main control dashboard of the system that is used by the doctor who's in the telemedicine center. And here it's an image from one of these small emergency rooms where the telemedicine system was installed. So like 2 or 3 cameras, you know, around, and we could switch from the hub, we could switch in between the cameras to see the place from different perspectives or different visions. Here is, for instance, a hospital, a small hospital about 25 kilometers from my place, and the system technically was so performant that we could really go very close to the patient to examine the patient through the telemedicine. And this is the monitor that we had, you know, once the patient was monitorized through the telemedicine system, we had all these data on the screen like this. This is the system that actually is registering everything. So we have everything, you know, stocked, you know, on hardware. So if there is a political or a, you know, legal problem, there is always the proof about what the telemedicine system did, you know, for one patient. Now, here is what happened once we implemented the system in Romania. What are the pathologies that were like involved in the telemedicine's consultations? You see, most of those were trauma-related. Most of them. Why? Because trauma is a big problem in Romania. Of course, cardiovascular disease is the same. I mean, we are on the top of the list also, as everywhere in the world, actually. But trauma in Romania is really, really very high, because, especially because of traffic accidents. I mean, Romanian drivers are crazy, you know. I mean, it's like that. So they are involved always in car accidents, and they do stupid things. And for that reason, maybe the percentage of trauma in Romania is kind of high, even today. Then we have myocardial infarctions and so on. So you see here what are the main pathologies that were involved and the percentages of calls for the telemedicine system. What are the calling hospitals? So you see town hospitals, most of them, 40%. Town hospitals are small, very small hospitals. Few doctors, few specialists, maybe an emergency room, but not necessarily, you know, with an emergency physician working in it. Most of them, they have GPs, you know, and they need advices, they need help. So for that reason, the telemedicine system was very much used by them. Then municipal hospitals are like bigger hospitals. You know, most of the specialties are there, but they are not really doing high performance procedures or operations and so. And then we have the county or the regional hospitals where everything is possible, at least theoretically. Now, a means of transportation of these patients, according to, again, after the introduction of the telemedicine system. And you see 20.3% of the patients that needed transfers that was decided by the doctor who was working in the telemedicine system was done by helicopters. Before that, before the introduction of the telemedicine, more than 40% of the patients, you know, were transported by helicopters. And now it's the question mark, why? Why? Because the information that was provided by the doctors calling the helicopter was many times false. They wanted to get rid of the patients as soon as possible, and then they were like lying at us, saying that the patient is critical, saying that they need a helicopter. And then, of course, you know, we were looking at the information that we got from our colleague, right? So we sent the helicopter, and myself, I found myself several times being on duty on the helicopter, landing somewhere nearby a place, right? And an old lady with like 2 bags like this was the patient, the critical patient, was waiting for the helicopter to take her and to transport her to the hospital. Well, having the telemedicine system, this craziness stopped. Why? Because we could see the patients through the telemedicine system first. We could examine the telemedicine, through the telemedicine the patients. For that reason, of course, the percentage of this craziness, I call it again, you know, it really stopped. Or at least it got minimized a lot. So that is the thing. And here, I just want you to, I would like to show you a small, it's a movie. Hoping that it will work. I mean, it worked on my computer. Yeah. And the sound, if you can raise a little bit the sound, to put it up a little bit. Thank you. So this is the alarm that somebody's calling for help. And it's the telemedicine center, and the doctor goes and gets in touch with the calling hospital. It sees the patient. These are the hospitals who were linked to our center, and you see the joystick there. So our doctor has a joystick, and he plays through this joystick with the cameras that are installed in the hospital that called us for help. The patient was monitorized, and this is the calling doctor that you see from the remote hospital. This is our doctor. The dashboard controls the volume and everything. Sees the EKG. Sees the patient and the team who's working on the patient in the calling hospital. And there is a live communication, discussion between our doctor and the doctor who's calling for help, you know. So they are giving advices, they are even instructing them how to intubate a patient or what kind of anesthesia they should give and so on. Because the thing is that in Romania, we have large distances between hospitals. So for that reason, the time is kind of long sometimes, you know, for a patient. And here it's a detailed situation. You see, it's a place called Beclean. It's a very small hospital. And it's a traumatized child there. And the doctor on duty, who's not a pediatrician, called us asking for help. And what you hear there, it's the dialogue between the calling doctor and the doctor in our department who is in the telemedicine center, you know, discussing and exchanging opinions and giving all kind of instructions. Same here. There are several situations. Now, look at this. And I'm just asking you, what do you see here? What do you see here? So-called resuscitation. But please look at the technique. It's absolutely incorrect, right? So you see, when we see this, we realize that, okay, those persons, they need instruction, they need training. So you see, telemedicine in emergency situations is also a very good tool, you know, to identify educational gaps and to create an educational system for these persons. Well, maybe this is the reason why some of them, they didn't want us to see them, you know, and they cover the cameras, because they are doing sometimes stupid things, and they don't like us to see them, you know. But in the meantime, educating them, communicating with them, we may change their mentality and make them understand that basically it's in their favor and in patients' favor, because nobody's killing anyone. Besides the fact that sometimes they are killing their patients if they are not instructed well, let's say. So this is it. So basically this is what I really wanted to share with you. It's what we have right now in Romania, and we are developing it. I really liked the idea to create a dedicated educational system for telemedicine. And the fact that we need rules and we need clear laws, maybe, just to state what is, you know, ethical and what is unethical in terms of telemedicine would be very helpful. I totally agree that technology is developing very fast, And I totally agree with the fact that bureaucrats are usually very slow. So for that reason, there is this, you know, this balance between laws and technological development and what we can achieve through that. So thank you very much for your attention.
Christian, many thanks for your impressive talk, and you are teaching us that this is the perfect realization of the close connection and necessary connections between telemedicine and emergency, but also how is important the role of simulation center to recreate these scenarios of emergency, to teach the distance doctor gives the right instructions. Okay, I know, thanks to Andrei Modica, that you are testing these modalities of distance intervention education directly when there is a disaster or an incident.
We do that. So we very much we are focused on using virtual reality technology right now in all kind of medical education related to emergency situations, of course, starting from one-to-one relation between doctor and patient, going up to multiple casualty incidents, including military situations. And together with Professor Della Corte, he mentioned that earlier, we met each other actually 22 years ago when we were partners. I mean, University UPO and the hospital in Târgu Mureș were partners in a consortium. It was a Leonardo da Vinci called project. And we developed this educational tool, you know, based on a computer game. We developed a computer game, you know, to train doctors, nurses, and paramedics on how to act in case of a multiple casualty incident. So we started from that. Now, there was a Dutch company that was involved as a partner in the consortium at that time, but in more than 20 years, we've developed the tool that we've created through that project into something huge, meaning that now it's a virtual reality system that works all over the world by a network, you know. Of course, it costs a lot. I mean, you need to pay for that, for sure. But you can use it for whatever you want in terms of like training for such kind of interventions, including military. So our center, and this is not a secret, our center in Târgu Mureș is a NATO accredited training center, also for militaries. We ran a lot of simulation programs and training programs for militaries, for NATO militaries, using this tool, and not only, you know, but yeah, I think that this is the future, despite the fact that it's not 100% useful in all the situations. It's a tool. Yeah, it's a tool that if you know how to use it, you really can get excellent outcome, you know, in the training process.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Professor, for your talk. Very interesting. And my question, well, there are two considerations. You don't have the guarantee of the privacy we have in Italy, I think, because in Italy it's very more difficult to address the sharing of data between hospital, and very interesting this way of doing previously, and now we are going to do again.
Yeah.
Yes. We are actually facing a shortage of neurologists in our region, but also in our nation, and they are going to do this for telestroke, for neurologic examination to decide if with images also do the thrombolysis for stroke.
Yeah.
And so do you think that can be a structural and solid also solution for this kind of problems? In Italy we don't have so much of some specialties due to national difficulty in programming the residency numbers, and also there is also a loss of attractivity for some professionals.
Yep.
And so this is actually this mix and of things as also people going to pension.
I know.
So telestroke can be more widely used now. I think it can be like this you showed it to us. And there are only some experience in Italy, but not so diffuse of this. What I would like to ask you, if you can also see eventually images from the other hospital. I'm a radiologist.
Okay.
And so you can see the patient, but you can also have access to images of the patient in the other hospital, and in which way? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So the telemedicine system that we used to run, let's say, the inter-hospital, had the necessary module to transmit data, like radiological data from the small hospitals to the big one. But the module was installed only in the big hospitals that were working as hubs. There was nothing installed in the small hospitals. So for that reason, we could receive, but they couldn't send. Yeah, so that was a problem. And we were addressing this, several times. It's a lot of money, just to put all the modules in so many hospitals. But as I understood, looking at the bidding documents for the new system that will be installed, this will be possible 100% with the new system which is coming. So it's the PACS system, actually. It's the PACS, which will work between hospitals, but it's only for radiological images. Yeah, because you see, speaking about digitalization, going to another topic here, we have a big problem in Romania, meaning that we don't have a unique or unitary data system for patients. Each hospital has another software, another application, They do not communicate between them. So if a patient has a problem in Timișoara, for instance, that I mentioned earlier, and he's now in Târgu Mureș, in my place, I cannot access his data in Timișoara because the system is not, working together, so that's the problem. So hopefully, I really hope for the best in the future, from that point of view, because it's very important. Thank you. Yeah.
Very, very briefly. Very interesting, the fact of the video tools, because it goes over the simple transmitting and so on, and it is very, very interesting. The question is, here in Italy we have some kind of organization for myocardial infarction.
Yes.
But without the video tools, so only transmitting
EKG
and so on. But there is a great, it is different from region to region. You said they are obliged to transmit.
Yeah.
So the question is, in Romania, there is a sort of legislation or rule, because the great problem in Italy is that we have some rules, probably too much rules, but not clear, unfortunately, and above all, then regions can perform in a different way. And this is one of the most important problems, because if there is no oblige and so on,
you see,
in Romania.
I understand what you're saying. Now, the good thing that we did, even if someone will probably blame me and tell me that, okay, this is a communist thing, but when we speak about emergency, we think that, the system should be centralized. I mean, there is nothing like there in the West, they work in a way, and in the East in another way, and in the center in another way, or in Bucharest in another way. No. Speaking about emergency system, the emergency system in Romania works under the Secretary of State, who is the chief of the Department of Emergency Situations. That's it. It's one-man show. There is a structure, of course, very well, built, but the decision is there. And we have laws. I mean, for the telemedicine transmission, the data transmission from the pre-hospital, there are clear laws. For the inter-hospital, not really. So for that reason, it's very important what you said earlier, that these kind of laws and rules should be built, and they have to be very clear. Otherwise, there is place of interpretation always. Yeah. Sure, thank you.
Okay, many
Thank you very
thanks
much.
for the discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christian. Now a little change in the program. We need to anticipate the round table, new forms of proximity with patients. So I'd like to invite Cristina Meini and also the other speakers here in the table. So we will leave the room for you.
Quanti siete? No, c'è anche Bogdan Pop.
Sì, tre. Sì, no, io sono...
Io ti lascio.
Thank you, everyone. Before starting this roundtable, let me say that I always believed in the BeEmTel project, which is guided by real needs, high expertise, and a multidisciplinary approach, which is the only approach capable of attempting the complex problems we are facing in the contemporary world. But given the results that we are accounting for today, everyone could appreciate, can appreciate that we can be even more confident that BeEmTel will serve as a model for future educational projects in the medical domain, particularly those advanced in advanced training, both national and international. However, as Professor Della Corte emphasizes this morning, some of the techniques and skills conveyed, notably, for example, simulation techniques and the use of immersive environments, should also serve as a pedagogical models in more traditional courses and educational projects. That's another important outcome of the project. Now let me introduce Dr. Bogdan Pop. He will speak the first because maybe he has to leave after. He is the head of the Department of Emergency Simulation of the Ministry of Interior in Bucharest. His expertise has been crucial for BeEmTel project. So please, I give you the floor. Do you want to come here? Well, as you prefer. Okay.
So, many thanks. Yeah, now he's working. First of all, I would like to thank Emiliano and Michela for everything that they've done in this project, supporting every partner and including the Department for Magistration. Rettore Rizzi, Direttore Maretti, and everyone from this amazing University of Uniopo. It's really an honor and a privilege for me to be here, not only because of this amazing team that is BeEmTel project team, but also because I was searching a little bit on the internet. It's actually a very big honor for me to put step in a university that actually goes back to the year 1228. So the beginning, I was thinking that yes, it's a new university, it's 1998 when the three locations joined, but actually the first Studium Generale comes from the year 1228 in Vercelli, so being this way the seventh university in Europe. Then I would like to send to all the participants here, to my colleague from the round table and to all in this conference room, best regards from Dr. Raed Arafat, Secretary of State, as was mentioned before by our friend and colleague, Professor Boiriu. Dr. Arafat is the head of the Department for Emergency Situations in Romania. Again, it was said before, it's the national body that coordinates every emergency response in Romania. This means all the emergency rooms, more than 100, all the ambulance in all the counties we have in Romania, 40 counties plus Bucharest, Ilfov region, all the mountain rescuers, all the firefighters, so everything, including, of course, the telemedicine system. BeEmTel project for Romania wouldn't be so successful without the full involvement of my team. One of them, it's here, Daniel, present. You know from different other conferences, Dr. Alin Popa. Now he is not longer with the DSU. And Dr. Elena Dumitru, she was present in Greece. And many thanks to them. Now, having the presentation of Professor Boiriu before my short speech makes my life much easier, because I just have to add some little things to the very good and comprehensive presentation. Unfortunately, yes, it's a reality that right now the inter-hospital part of our telemedicine is on hold. This is, considering this, when I will tell you that one example, in 2013, there were 659 calls. So the importance of what my colleague said can be easily understood only from this number. Then the pre-hospital part of the telemedicine is still working in Romania, and only the last year we had 93,486 calls, which is very important, and we are hoping, and for sure our department will push the Ministry of Health, because we can do only that, to push them, because the finance is under them. But the coordination, the operational coordination is under us, so it has to be a joint effort for the benefit of the patients after all. The pre-hospital telemedicine, and with this I will conclude, started with just 100 ambulances. Right now are several hundreds in all the 40 counties, and both in SMURD, the red ambulance system that you know in Romania, and the county ambulances. Telemedicine is very important, and I'm very happy that I'm part of this project. Besides an honor, it's also a motive of joy. Why? Because telemedicine, of course, it's very important in chronic diseases. It's very important. It was a lot said before about that. It's very important in many fields. In emergency medicine that we have in Romania, it can be the difference between life and death. Because in many hospitals, and it's something that up to a point it's normal, because in small hospitals, in small cities and so on, you don't have emergency doctors, or you have a few, or you have on duty on the night shift not an emergency doctor, but an eye doctor as a surgeon. And you don't have an internal medicine doctor, but you have a dermatologist on shift. But having the telemedicine system, it really, you can really change the course of a life of a patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question?
If there are any questions, I'm here.
It's everything clear, so we can go on. Yes, with Professor Roberta Lombardi, who is the head of my department of Sustainable Development and Ecological Transition. Roberta Lombardi will propose a legal perspective, which is a perspective we just touched before, but she will delve into the legal question. Please, Roberta.
Oh. Thank you again for this invitation. Thank you, Professor Aimaretti. This is a pleasure for me here. I apologize for my English, but I studied every French first. This speech submits a number of arguments to justify the use of the arts and humanities in terms of the educational outcomes for future doctors. Several universities in the United Kingdom are now employing lecturers in the medical humanities, and in general, there is a major emphasis on medical education and on the evaluation of educational activities involving the arts. However, before we discuss all the above, it is important to clarify the context, notably that of medical education, which aims at producing the good doctor. Where are the attributes of the good doctor? In the words of Dr. Richard Levine, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Armengol Foundation, that in its address to the greater medical community claimed, "Only when we care for the clinicians themselves, when the whole health team is healthy, can we care for the patient optimally." Let's look at this figure. It is clear that doctors need to understand their patients through the scientific knowledge, crucial to get the competence on how their body works, and have to appreciate how scientific research can help them to make the best decisions about treatment for their patients. However, the scientific approach needs to be modified in clinical situations or when dealing with an individual patient. A human doctor is required to apply scientific evidence and skills on each patient with understanding, assisted by interpretative ability and insight, and governed by ethical attention. The good doctor must also develop a sensitivity in her or his dealing with patients based on self-awareness and imaginative insight into the problems and context of patients' lives. Doctors also need to assimilate the scientific knowledge of a disease and treatments, taking into account every single clinical case and to exercise good clinical judgment as to what might be beneficial to a specific patient with a particular problem at some point in his life. This is a tall order to take on for medical education. In the last century, the focus was largely on giving students scientific knowledge and skills required for a doctor. But this was not enough. In 1993, the General Medical Council recognized that medical education needed a radical rethink, and in the document Tomorrow's Doctors recommended a greater focus on education as opposed to training. The good doctor, as the GMC suggested, must be an educated doctor. And this is one of the major areas where arts and humanities subjects might give their contribution. There are two main ways in which humanities subjects might be relevant to medicine. On the one hand, humanities play instrumental role in the education of future doctors. Works of literature in particular may help to introduce students to problematic life situations with which they may be unfamiliar. Imaginative identification with the characters involved would allow them at least vicarious experience of these problems before having to deal with them as doctors in a clinical situation. On the other hand, students may also learn useful skills from the humanities, such as what makes the difference between good and poor oral communication, drama, or even skill of analysis and arguments from philosophy. Humanities subjects, particularly literature, can be seen as a source of case histories for medical students. Firstly, literature abounds with depiction of subjects relevant to medicine: depression, foolishness, death, and experience of grief are frequent topics for writers. The advantage of studying literature rather than case studies of real patients is that through the skill of the writer, our imagination is simulated and our sympathy is aroused. The author gets us involved with the characters so that we experience their trials with them. Anne Scott explored the idea of the development of the moral imagination in healthcare workers and suggested that the study of literature may help to develop practitioners who are, in the words Henry James, finally aware and richly responsible. Nevertheless, to instrumentally use literature, we should take a further step and encourage students to consider how they would respond if they were to come across people with similar problems in professional practice, having full responsibility for their care. Secondly, how can literature and more generally the humanities teach useful skills that they may be transferable to the medical context? Literature can teach about written communication, but more importantly, in healthcare context, drama can demonstrate the nuances of both verbal and non-verbal communication between people. Indeed, most communication skill courses now offer classes of role play where students are involved to play a part as actors. Painting may also bring out the non-verbal way to represent and express feelings or attitudes. The well-known painting The Doctor by Sir Luke Fields illustrates eloquently the nature of the doctor-patient relationship. The doctor leans over his patient, a sick child, with a look of deep concentration in his face. The light in the picture focuses concern on this central character while the parents stand, almost unnoticed in the background. History and philosophy are helpful instruments to train students in useful skills. More specifically, the study of the history of medicine reminds students of the transient nature of much medical knowledge and of the importance of keeping up to date with the developments. Philosophy can teach students to order their thoughts, construct an argument, and reach a logical conclusion. These skills are essential in diagnosis, where the doctor must gather information to support a thesis and go through logical steps to reach a conclusion. Finally, in response to the profound efforts of Dr. Pellegrino, the medical humanities father, and his colleagues, medical schools across the UK began to more widely incorporate humanities courses into their curricula. Yet the Institute represented the starting point to lay the groundwork for what became a patchwork of implementation strategies. This created a situation in which there is, even into the present day, an ongoing debate focused on the most beneficial approach for teaching the humanities to medical students. It is important to note that the first definitive textbook in the medical humanities, which provides one of the possible frameworks through which to examine medical history, philosophy, and the like, was only published in 2014. In 2017 article on integrating humanities curriculum in medical education and needs assessment, Taylor, Lehman, and Chisholm, the others, speak on the lack of clarity surrounding the effectiveness of various humanities-based courses, despite the widespread recognition of the fact that exposure of medical students to this coursework, encourage reflective practice, and promote the practice of holistic patient care. In conclusion, in his 2014 article, Dr. David Jones writes of the ongoing challenges of cementing curriculum reform with regard to medical humanities. He highlights the difficulty of a medical professional in answering the question as to effectively infuse into the doctor to be empathy, compassion, sincerity, dedication, and professionalism. Traits that many loyal supporters of required arts and humanities coursework have argued can be gleaned from the medical students involved in such activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roberto. Roberta, I think your talk raises an important question. I mean, does telemedicine make better doctors? The important question raised by Roberta, I think, is does medicine make better doctors? Apparently not, because the doctor and the patient are far away. They don't. They can't. They can't organize a narrative between them. But in another sense, I guess, yes, because with telemedicine, knowledge and responsibility are shared among health professionals, and there is also place for a more humanistic dimension carried on by professionals of this domain. And so maybe it's contrary to what the prima facie could appear, it's a good dimension to try and develop this humanitarian turn or reappropriation of medicine. But I want to know if there are questions. It's okay? Oh, yes, please. The microphone.
Thank you. Yes, as a student, I can confirm that sometimes it's not easy to know how to speak to the patients. I don't know if in our university courses there is a lot of time to introduce even humanist subject, but for sure we should have more time to implement our capacity to speak to other people, and how to do it in the context of hospital or ambulatory like this. Yes, I think that on one side, maybe a person is naturally predisposed to speak with other people, but it could be a great resource for people that couldn't do it so easy. So I have time during our lesson to try to make a dialogue and to explain a diagnosis, even easy diagnosis, or as I mentioned this morning, some other bad news that is not easy, for sure.
I think very important. A lot of time for education, of medical education. There are students and training for the case studies for education, for relationship with patient. One way is training, one way is education, I think.
Can I say one thing? As a philosopher of language, I can say that there are important works on for example, on the use of metaphors in medical patient communication. There are many communicational tools that could be helpful, and that's why I was telling Professor Stecco, we should think of some some initiative for doctors and medical students just in this direction, in that direction. Thank you. We can conclude with Dr. Walter Grossomara, who is a cardiologist from ASL 4 in Ivrea, Piedmont. He has a long experience with telemedicine, and therefore it's a great pleasure to introduce, to listen
Thank
to
you.
him.
Thank you, Professor Maini. Thanks to Professor Amaretti for kind invitation in this multidisciplinary event related to the future of digital medicine, or future of medicine with technology and digital assessment. I work in a hospital. The name is Ivrea Hospital. This hospital is in a very large district. We treat almost 550,000 patients, and the situation of this hospital is organized in a way that I learn in another university hospital, Molinette Hospital, or now is named Città della Salute e della Scienza. And I develop a specific way of treating patients with cardiovascular disease, in particular heart failure and rare disease with cardiac involvement. In particular amyloidosis, pulmonary hypertension, and cardiomyopathies in general. I structure the organization of the hospital using skills for the treatment of the acute phase of the heart failure, so newly onset heart failure or acute decompensated heart failure, in a situation that is allocated in a place where everybody is have learned the way to treat this patient. So the objective for every patient is to reach another phase, a subacute phase, and we hope that we reach the chronicization of the disease. So in this phase, and this is the characteristics of our organization, is to introduce the figure of the nurse, not only hospital nurse, but also community nurse. It's important to look after the patient and to treat the patient after the acute phase of hospitalization. So we use the interaction of hospital and community nurse for working on the hospital territory partnership. So the community nurses take care of the patient both at home and through the territorial operating centers. This is a particular figure that in Italy was introduced by the Chapter 6 of the PNRR. And then we use this figure for connecting people from the hospital and of the territory. So we monitor following situation, the cardiopulmonary compensation condition, the therapeutic adherence of the patient, the compliance, and the psychophysical condition of the patient. This project utilizes systems of connection from IFEC and hospital figure with the system of teleassistance. So we perform consulting and dialogue about the situation of the patient. This project includes also a vaccination campaign for influenza, COVID, or pneumococcus. We are particularly concentrated on the patient biography, so we think that the narrative medicine is a very important part of the clinical path of every patient. We use a remote connection with implantable device. This project is named Teleart in Italy, and we can have the collaboration with the National Institute of Health of Italy. And we work with particularly characterization of the patient, and we speak about tailored therapy. What does it mean? We make a multiparametric evaluation of the patient with geriatric assessment to establish the biological status of the patient, the functional assessment of the patient with walking test or cardiopulmonary exercise test. So we think that the multidisciplinary approach is the key challenge in addressing the complexity of the patient related to heart failure problem or rare disease problem. I think that it's possible also in a situation far from the university center to speak about this situation and to treat the complexity of this single patient that we include in this study. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments? So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And we can go on with the final panel and then the conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sì, sì, sì. So for the last session, I asked help to Professor Domenico Damario. He was involved in our project, and for introducing this last session dedicated to 2 other simulation centers in Italy, and not only in Italy, because we have the video lecture of Professor Ingrassia from Switzerland, from Lugano. But for introducing our last hosts, and I would like to ask you, Domenico, you are a teacher here in our university. You teach cardiology, and but you are also a clinician in the hospital. And in what opinion, are you, in experience, are you using in the hospitals and in your courses, are you using, or sometimes you refer to telemedicine experience with your students, and you use the telemedicine or monitoring for your patients?
So, good evening, everybody. Thank you for this kind invitation, and also for the question. For me, a great honor and pleasure to be here. And actually, it's quite emotional for me to be part of this Congress today, because this was one of the very first tasks that I accepted as a professor of UPO when I arrived from Rome, and I was very enthusiastic to share my experience, and I learned a lot during this session that actually were very, very well shaped. I remember that we talk a lot about patient symptoms, and also as a doctor, we try to learn from the symptoms that the patient refer to us and to shape the clinical pathway according to the feedback that we receive. In is also important for me to remember, because a few years ago I was part of an initiative that we launched when I was in Rome, of a co-creation of a patient support program, especially dedicated, as was telling Professor Grossomara before, to patients with heart failure. Heart failure, as a cardiologist, is the price that we have to pay for the success of cardiology in the last 30 years. We have been very successful in treating patients in the acute phase, like myocardial infarction with percutaneous intervention or use of implantable defibrillator, but then we end up with a lot of survivor, very fragile patients with a lot of comorbidities, and we were not so skilled on how to treat and follow up these patients, especially at the age 1. So we put together different skills and experience from different stakeholders, and we shape a kind of app that was launched before the COVID pandemic. And what we learned was the first, from the patient and from the caregiver, we analyzed the needs from them, and surprisingly enough, they were not complaining about the quality of the care in terms of medication, in terms of, for example, location, but what they were complaining a lot was the fragmentation of the clinical pathway. Especially for complex comorbidities, we were not able to develop a coherent pathway for them. They were going to speak with different specialists. They were not clear in mind how and why they should take so many pills and so on. And this, of course, reflected on the adherence to the treatment in a bad way. There were significant differences in terms of prognosis. We were not able to speak with the caregivers, for example. So thanks to this tool and the telemedicine and the teleconsultation, we were able to learn a lot from the patient and also to remodulate all the performances of the departments also, and due to the COVID pandemic. So after 3 years, we scaled this solution up to 5 hospitals in Italy. More than 400 patients were followed up for more than 3 years. And again, was a journey that is still progressing. And we launch also in Novara Hospital. We are following up more than 100 patients with heart failure. And again, we will have the final data in a few months, but what we did in Novara at the beginning of this project, or 1 year ago, was part of this endeavor and this task. So thanks again for let me be part of that, and it's very nice to be here at the end of this journey and see how things were developed and how far they are and close to the application in our clinical setting. So thanks a lot, and maybe if you let me introduce the next speaker, Dr. Stefania Brusa from Humanitas Hospital in Milan. Please. So
Nice to meet you, everybody. First of all, I want to thank you for my invitation. For me, it's very important, and I'm so glad to speak about simulation, because this, for us, is an opportunity to disseminate the culture of simulation. And first of all, I want to introduce myself. I am an intensivist and medical doctor. I am an anesthesiology, and I work in Humanitas Research Hospital since 1998. And then I became the scientific director of a simulation center of Humanitas University. This was for me a great opportunity, because finally I have a synergy between hospital experience and professional didactic experience with students. Okay. I was very impressed of your study, your grant, your Erasmus project is very impressed. I was very impressed. And so, main goal for us, for when we are doctors, when we are teachers, is patient safety, I think. And simulation dogma is never the first time on the patient, and simulation, I want to say that is a teaching technique, is a methodology and not a technology. It's just like to have a toolbox, how to teach, a new method. David Gaba told us that a simulation is a technique to replace or amplify real experiences with guided experience and evoke or replicate substantial aspects of the real world in a fully interactive manner, he said. Even if we teach with a new methodology, we know that errors in healthcare are a lot. Many errors we do in healthcare. Healthcare is much more dangerous than going by railways or by plane or nuclear power. And we have a lot of adverse events, 3,000 million per year in the world. But this is what we report. It's just only the uptown part of our question mark, because we don't know exactly how many adverse events we have. Impressively, we know that the 50% are avoidable and 60% depends on human factor. To err is human, but we need to improve. And we have to start from the beginning when we have to teach at school and university. Professional competencies depend on medical knowledge, clinical skills, and non-technical skills. And non-technical skills for us are situation awareness, decision-making, communication, teamwork, leadership, fellowship, and task management. But simulation-based training could be a good strategy to improve. I think yes, because now it's becoming its integral component of medical education, and it is very useful for to teach technical and non-technical skills. And this is very different from the old apprenticeship model, where students learn through a direct patient care under supervision of an experienced clinician. This model is much more useful and much more safer. We know that learning by doing is much more effective. And we know that a normal lecture is just, the retain of a normal lecture is just above 5% of our retain. But if we teach through simulation, the retain is at least 75%. And so we can learn and we can remember many times, years ago, after. And so I want to share with you, this is a new narrative review that it was just published, where they speak about the impact of simulation-based training. Simulation-based training improves clinical skills, improve patient safety, and we have better clinical outcomes. We know through many we can use high-fidelity simulation, virtual reality, augmented reality, standardized patient, or hybrid. We have many manners how to teach. The benefits are enhanced skill acquisition in technical skills, but also non-technical skills. I want to share with you our experience in our university, where in general we try to have a lot of sessions to improve non-technical skills with communication, teamwork, and decision-making. It's useful, leads to better clinical performance, and it is crucial to reduce number of adverse events, and its educational effectiveness is clear. But, but we have a lot of barriers. Which barriers? Sustainability, high cost, it's time confusing for teacher and for everybody. High human resources we need, high technological cost, and unfortunately, we have no standardized faculty development programs. And another gap is the potential gap from realism and real clinical settings. And so this narrative review conclude that we have to improve our investment in technology. We need to standardize a faculty development program. We need integration in our curriculum with simulation-based training in medical schools. We need the research program, we need a network, and these grants with like Erasmus+Project is an example of this networking, and we need a support from public-private sector partnership like government sustainability. Okay. And so I want to share with you my experience. We use in our university simulation with undergraduate, graduate, and for continued education. Our university is an international medical schools, and we have at least 60% of students coming from Italy and 40% coming from abroad. We have degree programs from medicine and surgery, medtech, nursing, physiotherapy, biomedical laboratory techniques, and imaging and radiotherapy techniques. Our university is near the hospital just to have a synergy, because our students learn in simulation center and then they can go in our hospital to learn in clinical settings. In simulation center, we have 3,000 square meters. It's one of the largest and most technologically advanced in Europe simulation center. We have 3 high simulation center rooms, 3 high fidelity simulation rooms, and also rooms for technical skills. This is the plan. And we have also an anatomy lab with 8 stations where to learn directly on cadaver. We have a cube. The cube is a training facility space open 24 hours a day, 7 days, and it was open in 2019, and it is useful for technical competencies. And now we have also an innovation center. This is the center of MedTech, a new university, where at the end of the degree, students are degree in medicine and surgery and also in engineering, okay? And here there is a center of many startups, and we are working very good with the 3D printing laboratory, where we can print many organs and study coming from, for example, RNMA to study how to treat our patient. And now I want to show you a little trailer about my university. I don't know if, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is our university. This is hospital, university, and research centers. We have a training center, and we have also a wet lab and a congress center. This is the congress center. Each part is connected with a system, how to record what happens inside our simulation rooms. This is an anatomy lab. We have a platform also to send many materials to students. we need also human resources, and this is our team. Engineer, doctors, and managers to maintain everything. And so our activities are with a student, resident, we have professional programs with the Humanitas Hospital and professional programs with others, with society and companies and many preceptorship. And so we won in 2022 the Aspire grant. Aspire is an international recognition of excellence in medical education from the Society of Medical Education. And this is our program for the School of Medicine and Surgery. We started at the third year with the laboratory of history taking and with many technical skills and high fidelity. High fidelity is centered just to have they have a checklist how to treat a patient from the history taken to the treatment. The first year is much more complex because we introduce also non-technical skills, and then at the fifth year, the patients are much more complex. They have 10 days to do simulation with high fidelity. Then, in general, is necessary to evaluate if our way of teaching is useful. These are the Kirkpatrick levels, where we can verify reaction, the survey of if our courses they like or not. In general, we can have a reaction. We can evaluate if our way of teaching is effective, and then we try to evaluate if their behavior in clinical setting change, and then in many situations, like with many projects of the hospital, we realize if outcome can improve. This is a study in press where the blue lines are a pre-test that we give to our students, and as you can see, the red level improve after simulation. 3 days of simulation can improve knowledge. Okay, this is interesting because this is when we try to do something with telemedicine. We, during a COVID period, we need to try to have lessons with telemedicine. We realized that technical skills was the same results from the previous years, and results in our students was the same, but unfortunately non-technical skills were different. Probably they need to have a training in presence, because it's important to improve team working, it's important to communicate with the patient, and improvement is so difficult to have in telemedicine. And the difference was statistically significant. And resident program, these are many programs for residents. We propose an induction week for new residents because they are coming from the other university, coming from the other parts of Italy, and because sometimes they have no idea of their new schools. And at the starting point, they do 1 week just to improve their knowledge about the new specialty. The CUVE activities are proposed for all residents. We have many surgery training programs with Leonardo da Vinci. And then there is the Simulation Club is a new idea. It's the 4th year that we can propose this monthly program. And it's just like a journal club, but it's a journal club that we gave through simulation. And then the usual emergency courses at TLS and RLS. This is an idea of induction. This is a program of induction week, an example. This is our cube, where there is many where to improve technical skills. And this is a program of a simulation club. These are many photos coming from our clinical scenario of simulation club. We can record what happens inside these rooms, and we can propose then to our students that can come in presence. Kirkpatrick Lewis in general, the Simulation Club, they like it a lot, and they can improve their knowledge. So on the left, we can see the assessment of the pre-test and the post-test, the value developed, obviously. We propose also many hospital programs, just to have a synergy with hospital. Many examples are sepsis program, many risk management program, and sometimes we can have also in situ simulation for twin training. Because we have a lot of turnover in nurses, and so we need to train continuously also in hospital. The sepsis program was very interesting, and in general we proposed a frontal lessons followed by simulation in our simulation center. And it was very interesting because in the Kirkpatrick levels we can see in the upstairs that we measured a reduction in the very years, in the next years, in the mortality. Outcome of our patient was improved. We noticed that there was an increase in segnalazione, how can I say, segnalare, to signal case of sepsis, but it was an improvement, okay, because we recognize sepsis. Also mortality decrease. Sometimes we needed to do many activities, sponsored activities with many companies. I think that this is a bad work to have a good work, because sometimes we know that the sustainability of a simulation center is not so easy. And so sometimes this is very useful to sustain our simulation center. And so the take-home message that I want to say is that simulation-based training is a very effective teaching method. Has many barriers. Money is a barrier, obviously, but it is useful for patient safety. And we need government sustainability in order to obtain certified competence. I think that we need to certify our competencies. For example, in Ireland, they have a culture simulation. I stayed there in Royal College, but they need a certified competence. In Italy, not. Probably this is our future. Thank you.
In this regard, Stefania, I have a question for both, because I'm curious to understand if simulation is so central. Okay, I'm an external, so I met simulation with this project, and I noticed that it's fundamental for students, postgraduate, and you, for clinicians, to practice and learn something else. But when you were younger, at the beginning of your professions, do you use these particular labs or something?
No, unfortunately, no. I learned on patient, but it was very dangerous for them. And I think that this is safer for our patient, but I think also that this way of teaching is much more effective, because I can see immediately, I can think that we can explain knowledge also with telemedicine. I can do a lesson in telemedicine, okay? But learning by doing is very different, because you can remember what you do, okay? It's different because you can retain what you learn in the future.
And what about you? Do you use a simulation center?
can I be more naive for a moment? So I think that we need both. I mean, we are facing with a science, if we can call science, that has been around for thousands of years. And of course, improvement is key, and we know and we all want to learn in a simulation center all the skills that we need. I'm an interventional cardiologist and pushing a lot to have simulation in every aspect of my own practice. But the other question is let's say, the students that we have been, and now the one that we are having every day in our university hospital. And they are different. They are different animals. They want to learn in a quicker, faster, more effective way. We used to spend months and years close to our maestro and be like a sponge and to somehow steal from his own practice the best skills and then try to reproduce with his or her advice. So it was different, but again, since it's not easy to learn everything on a bench, we need to keep both. I think it's key for us to tell our students to stay in the clinic, to talk with the patient, and then to double check whether the skills that they learn in the simulation center are fully applicable in the real world experience. I love the first part of the talk. I mean, I love everything, but especially as a thread on what we learned before about the communication skill, how to deal with students talking about error and mistake. What I've seen in the last 2 decades at least, that the students are not that familiar to have somebody that could tell them this is wrong, this is right. It's not easy for them to accept it.
No.
They take it personally instead of professionally. So as teacher, we need to learn a lot, and we need to have more simulation also from this point of view, I think, because it was not for me easy since I moved from one part of the barrier to the other recently, how to deal with mistaken error done by students or fellows. So there is
I think that it's different if you teach technical or non-technical skills, because if you teach technical skills, you know that to improve, I don't know, I want to learn to intubate. Okay, there is a procedure, there is a checklist, and I have to try. And for example, for one student is easy, for another student needs much more time. Okay, it's something technical. It's much more difficult to teach non-technical skills, and we have to know that our mistakes are coming from non-technical skills because we don't communicate better and so on. And so this type of teaching, you need probably high fidelity simulation, or you can work, if you have no money, in your clinical setting with many actors with the standardized patient. This is cheaper, no? And you have to recreate many situations, and it's important then to have a debriefing. And I want to say that debriefing is not for everybody. You can't say this is right, this is wrong. There is a technique how to conduct a debriefing. And so another point is a faculty development, because you have to study. I practice this type of debriefing since, I think, for 10 years, and I need much more to learn, no? And so it's very difficult to have a faculty learned to this practice, because you can have is a strong and an effective method, but it could be dangerous for student, okay? Because if you say in bad manner you do just something wrong, you have the opposite effect, reaction. Okay? And so is effective, is heavy, is something, but is you have to understand how to teach.
Thanks for the discussion. Now I'm curious to know how the CESI, another important simulation center in Lugano, works, and I will give the room to Pierluigi Ingrassia with his video lectures.
Colleagues and friends, thank you very much for the kind invitation to join such an important event. And let me express since the beginning my sincere apologies for not being with you today at this important gathering. I will, so my task today will be to present briefly what the Simulation Center is and what the Simulation Center is and what the Simulation Center does, and just a quick view of what the Simulation Center will do in the near future. So I would like to share my conflict of interest. First, I'm the president, the current president of the Society for Simulation in Europe, SESAM. I'm also the editor-in-chief of a trade magazine about simulation, Sinzin, and also the co-founder of a publish house fully dedicated to publish book in simulations. I'm also the scientific director of the Simulation Center, the CESI, which I'm going to speak about right now. So the way I design this brief talk, so I will try to give, as I said, an overview of what we are currently doing, but also what we are going to be in the near future. So we are based in Lugano. We are in the southern part of Switzerland, the Italian-speaking part, in the main town of the Canton Ticino. And we, as a simulation center, are actually incorporated into a vocational school, a tertiary school. It's called the Centro Professionale Sociosanitario di Lugano, which offer mainly training for the health allied science. The CESI, the Centro di Simulazione, was established originally in 2011 due to an agreement between the Education, Culture and Sport Department and the Ente Ospedaliero Cantonale, the EOC, which is the state hospital, and at that time mainly to offer training in emergency medicine and clinical care. In 2018, we changed our, let's say, main mission, and also, and this it was reflected in the change of name. So we decided to call the center Centro di Simulazione, more generic, since it wanted to embrace many disciplines, offering simulation as a tool to increase clinical competencies. So we are currently a laboratory for either the actual and the future health professional whose purpose is to improve patient safety. As I said, we are in this tertiary school, and we were able to convert two rooms in order to have now two advanced sim rooms where we can recreate different clinical environments, since the hospital wards to outpatient rooms or any indoor place. These sim rooms are attached to two control rooms fully equipped with the audiovisual capture system, and then both are attached to the briefing rooms in order to conduct the post-event critical reflection. It's not part of the simulation center, but we can also have access to, let's say, a plenary room, a main aula magna for 100 people, and also a room, a big room that we occupied twice a week to establish what we called the skillery. which is the skill lab, in other words, so in order to train technical abilities. The team is it's composed by different professionalities, different professionals. So we are a group of a doctor who is myself, nurses with different background. 3 of them are specialized in anesthesia and intensive care, and we also part of the team are also 2 technicians representing those different discipline and fields. We recently also incorporated in our team a psychologist who is helping us either to develop the soft skill of the facilitators, but also to pay more attention in a more professional way to, let's say, the social component of any team management. What we do, we actually collaborate with different partners, and what we do is to develop. So we collaborate with them in order to identify for each component, for each competencies that which prevalent component they want to develop, either the cognitive, the psychomotor, or the social, and we offer to design artificial experiences or picking up or let's say selecting the most appropriate simulation modalities from the regular or the well-known task trainers for to develop the procedural skill, but also the high technological full body mannequins, human patient simulator, or virtual cadavers or screen-based simulators devices. But also in the last year we implemented a temporary wet lab using a bench model, so models designed and developed using animal tissue, but those tissue, let's say piece that you can find in supermarket. So we do not sacrifice the animal. And in the last few years also we implemented and strengthened a lot our simulated and standardized patient program. We do that for either for all healthcare professionals, and I mean the health staff in place, but also in order to maintain the competencies, but also we offer training for the current students, but also for the specialized, so the nurses under specialization course or masters, and the residents scattered in the canton. We also offer training for the community with particular attention to the caring relatives. And we also are able to offer and organize and develop in situ training and in situ labs, simulation, with the main objective to identify system errors and latent threats in the clinical real environment, as well as to increase interdisciplinary team performance. So we establish a very strong connection, for example, with the quality and control service in the Ospedale Cantonale of Bellinzona. So this is the list of all our collaboration and partnership. In few words, I would say that we are now currently working with all the caring and the educational institution in the canton. And as you can see here from these graphs, the number of activities the laboratories offered increased. So in the last year, and the main, let's say, our main user are the three main educational institutions, the university in particular, but also the Ente Ospedaliero Cantonale, thus the cantonal hospital. So we do research, not as much as we could do, and we would like to do, but we are now currently publishing in a scientific journal either about the simulation as a training modality in order to demonstrate its efficacy, but also we are using simulation and the, let's say, simulation devices and labs as a research lab. So we create artificial experiences to, for example, validate protocols or to validate devices or changes in the clinical settings. And as I said, we publish in a scientific journal, simulation-based scientific journal, but also we will see in a while, not only those. Our research activity expanded also abroad. We are very honored to have participated to the recently ended EU-funded project called EduSim, which aimed at developing training course for a facilitator in simulation. And we, as a Swiss partner, were financed by Movezia, which is a funding, let's say, a federal institution to fund for collaborative partnerships. As anticipated, we also pay a lot of attention of dissemination, the dissemination of our activities in not necessarily in the scientific environment or settings, but also we participate through, sim wars or to events in the town, in the canton, to inform the community about the incredible efforts that the authorities doing in order to strengthen the patient and to strengthen patient safety and reduce clinical risk. These are our participation at international gatherings, either conference and congress or roundtables in the last 2 years. We haven't included also the current years because it hasn't finished. And as I said earlier, the numbers in summary are, let's say, witnessing how we are used, let me say, from our partners, and and the trend is to be more and more used, so to offer more and more simulation-based activities. And I have to say that the figure about 24 is not, let's say, it's updated to September, so probably that's why it's not in line with the trend. Just few words, very few, about the future. So let me say, to talk about the future, let me say about the recently past. So we have been tasked by the local health authority to become the referral center for the entire canton about simulation. So in 2021, we have been formally invested by the authority to become the Centro Cantonale di Simulazione. So what we did at the time, we interviewed either the educational institution and healthcare institution in order to see and check with them what were the training needs that could be satisfied by different modality of simulation. We mapped all the simulators and devices available in the cantone at that time, and we come up with the idea to organize a simulation network based on the principle of hub and spoke. So we design, so we are becoming the hub of this network, and we have been already developed a few spokes, peripheral laboratories where to deliver the most basic and most institution-specific training, where people with professional with experience in simulation are present, but where specific space for simulation training has been allocated commensurate with the teaching needs, and where we can guarantee the presence of stationary and temporary simulation devices and hold them connected to a kind of single and centralized warehouse in order to maximize the use. So what we do is we can use one simulator in all the peripheral labs and in the main hub, the simulation center. The responsibility of the hub is also to train all the facilitators in the Cantone. So we organized different and many training courses. We trained more than 100 professionals in the last 3 years. And we are currently in the phase to develop the project of a new building to host the hub, to host us, which will be about 2,000 square meters. And of course, we'll be able to offer with that facility, let's say, more and stronger simulation-based training, especially in those disciplines that we are not covering right now. So just a few words about the financial mechanism that we are going to have, put in place. So we are going to be financed mainly funded by the Canton Ticino administration, but we also are going to collect funds from the partners using a pay-per-use and equipment as a service based mechanism. And a third piece of income will be represented by will be collected by activities that we offer we offer to third parties. And the expected result of putting in place such a mechanism are many. You can see are here reported. I would just to let's say strengthen and emphasize the importance of maximize the resources and increase the return on investment. So we are going to wisely use these simulators in order to avoid duplication. We are aiming to increase the attractiveness of training, especially to cope with the shortage of healthcare providers, which all healthcare systems are facing. And also in this way, we are aiming to maintain the, let's say, federal bound specialties. I mean, the minimum requirements for based on case and standards. These final slides actually, let's say, just to show you which were the different steps of this big project, which is not be ended yet. The main aim, no worth to say, but I like to do, is to increase the community of, is to increase the safety of the local community. So through the training, through the quality of training and through the quality of care. I thank you once again, you all, for the attention and for the invitation to join the meeting. And I express again my sincere apologies for not being with you today. Thank you very much, and having enjoyed the rest of the event. Bye.
Very final remark for emphasize a passage of Ingrassia, and also what you are saying about the role of simulation center as a center for educational research, because you've done and you are doing a lot of research testing students, but also professionals, so how to fast improve the learning, technical or not technical learning. Is it true that...
research is something difficult because in general when you have to compare, it's so difficult. I think that we need a network, and in Italy we don't have a network really. Many societies try to have a network because if you try to have a protocol, you can have a research in your own university with your students, but it could be better to have many protocols to try in all university and to have a number of much more number to have a real research. And so these experiences are something, the first step to try to increase. We need to have research, but until now, each of us is interested in its own reality, okay? And I think that we need to open our door to all situations, to all simulation center. I need to work with Uniupo, I need to work with Rome, I need to work with Cesi, because we have to compare. Okay, and so Erasmus+ Project is something useful for Europe. I saw that in USA is better because they started in 1975, no? But a recent survey that I read recently, even they are not so homogeneous, no? Because there are different way of organization and so on, but they start from the need of certificate competencies. In Europe, in Italy, we don't have this, and probably we have a table in ministry with the SIM, the Society of Italian Society of Simulation, where we try to discuss about these needs. We don't have ACGME that they have in USA. We need something to certify it. And then probably we can grow up. I don't know if I answer you.
No, yes, it's very interesting. So, I think that we can conclude, Gianluca.
Survivor. Survivor.
Okay. Grazie.
Grazie, thank you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, Cristina. Thank you, Stefania. And it was a too important day in order to understand better what we did in this project in the last 3-4 years. Today we finish this project, but I think that would be interesting if we are able to continue with other things in this field, because this is a multidisciplinary a multidisciplinary issue, very, very important for the future of chronic health care and for the aging population. So, hoping to see you another time. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The video, the today video. È sul sito di BeEmTel. Ok. Sì, sì, ok. Va bene. Thank you so much.